Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in together, we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find.
Hello, and welcome back. Great to see you guys today. I hope you're all having a great start to your day. It is Friday, as Miss Cassie puts it. And I hope all you hard workers are at your last day at work for the day and getting ready to enjoy an Easter weekend with your fams and friends. But right now, you're all here with me, and I'm greatly appreciative of that. Mama Bear will be joining us here shortly. And we're going to see what's going on out there today in this crazy world. So thank you again for being here. Appreciate you all very much. Very, very much. Come on in, grab a seat. Excuse me. Let's see who we got in here with us so far. True Seeker, welcome back to you. Miss Ida, thank you for being here today. Official, great to see you. Miss Kaylee, welcome back to you. We got quite a few peeps from over the pond, and I love it. Thank you for joining us. Miss Candy's in the house, the Seahawks fan, great to see you. Miss Stormy Jane, always happy to have you here, along with the rest of this amazing and awesome Blue crew. I couldn't do this without. Thank you all so much for joining me today. The lovely Miss Wisdom Speaks, thank you for joining us. Great to see you. Miss Kim's in the house, CLK Creations. Thank you for being here, Miss Kim. Appreciate you. Excuse me. Miss Paula, always an honor to see you, dear. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you're having a wonderful start to your day. Walt Harris is in the house. Happy Dagoversary, Walt. 10 months in the crew, in the family, in the company, the community. Sorry. Welcome. Great to have you here, Walt. Appreciate you. Appreciate you being part of the community so very much. Scott Metalhead, welcome back to you, my friend. Great to see you. And with so many people from the UK, I got to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever it is, wherever you are. I hope it's good for you because it's great to be here with you guys. It really is. Sassy Cassie's in the house. Welcome back to you, Sass. Miss Alicia J, hello and welcome. Good to see you. And, of course, Mikey with the last 24. You can't go wrong there. Welcome, bro. Good to see you guys. Please drop Wisdom and Mikey and Miss Kim's links, please, and thank you if we can. Excuse me. Chick Bait, welcome back. Great to see you. Always happy to have you here. All right. Shaboom. Hey, it worked out right this time. No, it didn't. Son of a... Nothing. Hello, Mama Bear.
Hello.
I'm trying to... Bingo. There we go.
There you go.
Now my attention is drawn to it. Always. Always, always, always. How are you today?
I'm good.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you for being here with us today. We all appreciate you. Miss Trish Crow, welcome back to you as well. And, of course, none other than the Dagburn Johnny Gobble's Dead Floozy Mother's in the house. And welcome back. Great to see you. God, I love saying that. Why do I love saying that so much?
Why did that pop up? What the hell?
Look at G here. What happened? Oh, yes. And, of course, Miss Molly, our videographer herself, does so many amazing things on her channel. Please go check her out. Lisa Joe. Yo, yo, yo. Good to see you, Lisa. Had to deal with the return of a psycho. I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that. Yes, wisdom. No, don't drop her. I meant drop. You know what I meant, tomboy, smartass. And she's back. And now I'm back on the booby side. Let's see here. Okay, I fixed it again. Vix Logic in the house today. Good to see you, Vix. Thank you. We got a bunch of UKers in the house today. That is awesome. I love it. In my best dinosaur voice, it's the mama. Gotta love the mama. Of course. Of course.
I'm the mama.
One of my psychos is back. He used to date my friend Madison, and he will not leave her alone. Oh, just hit him with a hammer. Lisa, that's all. That's all it takes. Don't do that. I'm just kidding. And there's our Miss Bonnie Bailey. Hello, dear. Wonderful to have you here. Great to see you. Mark Schumann, welcome back to you, my brother. Good to see you today as well. And guys, please go check out these links here. We got The Last 24. Mikey's amazing and awesome channel. Please go check it out. I promise you will not be disappointed at all. Please go check that out. Please, please, please. Of course, we are showed Molly's channel. Oh, you might want to walk away from that situation, Lacey. You don't want to have to deal with that stuff. That's crazy. Excuse me. There is the lovely Wisdom's channel. Again, guys, go check it out. Wisdom does so many amazing things and helps in so many ways with the missing indigenous, so on and so forth. Please go check that out. You don't want to miss it, I promise. And of course, we also have Miss Kim with CLK Creations, guys. Easter's right around the corner. You got to go check out some of the things that this lady puts together. She does some awesome stuff over there. I'm not kidding. I'm a guy and I like watching what she does. It's really neat. So please go check out CLK Creations right there at that link. I promise again, you will not be disappointed. And show some love to all of these channels, please. Hit the like button, subscribe if you have not, hit the notification bell. That way you don't miss anything that any of them do at any given time. I appreciate that, guys. And last but not least, of course, please make sure you click that link pinned at the top of the chat for this awesome lady sitting next to me, our own Mama Bear, and hit the like button on her channel today, please. And if you're not subscribed, what is wrong with you? What are you doing with your life? Go over and hit the like button, subscribe, and hit the notification bell on Mama Bear's channel, guys, please. And thank you again. It only takes a matter of seconds to do that. I appreciate it, and Lord does she. I know she does.
Yes, I do.
Can't walk away if he won't leave us alone. That's a good point. But I just started dropping screenshot. Okay. Well, be careful and safe, Lisa. Those kind of situations can end up dangerous really quick. You're welcome to vent. I get it. That's a scary situation in some senses. People are crazy. And people don't get their way sometimes. They throw adult-sized temper tantrums, which can turn dangerous. So please be careful, Miss Lisa. That is not cool. Welcome, Summer Thunder. Great to have you here. CZ's in the house on spring break. So is our Miss Tandy. I think. Is Tandy in here yet? Yes, she is. Our teachers on their spring break, getting that much deserved break that they deserve from the crazy teachings that they do with these kids. That's a job. That's worse than being a firefighter or a police officer nowadays, in my opinion. But we appreciate our teachers, that's for sure. So very much. Great to see you, CZ. Miss Tandy. Miss Jody's not in here right now either, but I thought there was another one that was a teacher in here. I might be wrong. I hope you're having a great day today, Miss Bonnie, and you're feeling okay. Always in my thoughts and prayers, dear. You know we love you. There's Seahawk. Couldn't do it. I know. like I said, I'd rather be a firefighter and walk into a burning house still and than be a teacher these days. It's some scary stuff. But obviously they love it. They do it for a reason, so God bless them. Yeah, Miss Jody, she's a teacher too. She's not here, but I thought there was a fourth one. I thought we had four of them that popped. There, a fourth one popped up one day.
I think there is. I just can't think right off who it
You
is.
remember that, right? When I said we're
Mhm.
talking about, yeah, okay. Ain't no lie, Mikey. Rough job for real. Bless their hearts. They deserve hazard pay in some senses, in my opinion. But the fact that they do it because they love it and they love the kids and the people or the teenagers and the kids that they teach is amazing because there ain't a lot of that out there nowadays. So I really appreciate and respect each one of them for that. So thank you for what you do. Let's see here. Show. He made an AI girlfriend. Oh my God. Are you serious, Lisa? Okay. The dude's a psycho. I agree with you. 1,000,001%. That's psycho. That's weird. That's weird. Period. That's just weird. Aurora, welcome to you. Good to see you today. I can imagine. I can imagine, Tandy. It's crazy stuff. That's why I respect you guys so much. It's gonna bug me too. I've been thinking about it since I said it. You'll figure it out. Alicia probably will. She did it the other day. So how are you and what is new with you, Miss Bear?
I am good. Not much new. Just one day at a time with online schooling.
Are the kids still are they still going to school or are they off for a while?
No, they're going to school. They're not out till the end of May.
They don't have a like an Easter break or anything?
No, because we got a week off for spring break a little bit ago.
Oh, that's right. Well, that's
We
not fair,
we kind of miss our 2 week breaks, but it's okay.
right?
We'll be all right.
How's that all going? Are they doing okay?
Yeah.
Getting
Lorelai
acclimated?
doesn't like some of her teachers, so where she won't listen to them, so that's where I've been coming in and teaching,
Uh-oh.
I guess.
Stubborn.
Hmm.
Stubborn.
Oh
I
yeah.
get it. So is it like I don't know much about I started to get into it once with him, with Caden. I decided against it, but do they actually have like teachers live online with them while they're in their specific classes
Oh
where you
yeah.
can see them?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. See, that's good.
Yeah. That's why we went to this one because they have live classes from 8 a.m. until 3:15. Whereas the other school that we did, they had maybe one or two live classes, and the rest was like, here's what you need to do it on your own time. And it just wasn't as good.
Gotcha. Gotcha. No, Lisa Joe, you should be in there. And if not, it could have been the stupid purge thing.
Yeah,
If you're
probably
not
was.
active in there for what is it, 7 or however many days, it'll what do they
Yeah,
call it? Purge or something?
I think that's what it is, purge. Um,
It sets automatically for anybody that's not active that for a certain period of time to drops them. So that could be what happened. Anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt you. What'd you say?
oh
The
no, I
answer.
just said that it was probably the purge.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. Maybe we need to readjust the time amount in there. But I thought it was 14 or 7 or 14 days. If there's no activity, that there just drops people out of there.
Yeah, I don't remember what we set it to. It's been so long.
I
It just does
should
its thing.
still be able to.
We can
Hold
get you
on.
back in there if you want, Lisa.
Yeah, it's no big deal. We've had to do it before with a couple other people. I'm trying to see because I noticed the other day there was a couple other people that dropped out of there too. And if I go in and I see somebody that's been absent for a while, I message and see if they message back. Maybe we just need to readjust the time allotment on that or something to a longer time. If you're it's fine with me, Lisa. If you want to be in there, that's absolutely. I'll bring it back in. No big deal. 100%. I'd be
Oh,
curious to see the pictures. That's for sure. Anybody
Alicia,
that,
yours have 3 or 4 life classes. That's all a day.
oh, I didn't know her kids weren't. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Hey, got me stumped. Good to see you.
Hey, stumped.
Yeah, we'll pull you back in, Lisa. It's no big deal, hon.
It's
Sorry
easy
that
to do, Kim.
sorry that happened. Um, 52 peeps, 31 likes. You guys rock and roll. I appreciate you guys very much. So you do
Hmm?
all of them are homeschooled, Elisa? That's a lot.
I have 3.
Yeah, but she's got double that, I think, doesn't she?
Mm-hmm.
They give you all the did they give you all the stuff you need for that bear, like the laptops and all that kind of stuff, or do you have to get that and like supply that all yourself?
Well, we already had it,
Mm-hmm.
so we didn't have to, but they would have supplied the laptops.
Okay, because they were gonna send him one, and
Hmm.
it wasn't a Chromebook, it was a laptop, and we had to set everything up, this and that, everything else, and I had it. Good morning, Miss Denise. I had everything, and then I sent to send it back, so
Yeah.
I never did it because I got nervous. We took him to his doctor, and they said, well, he really needs more with his issues, social interactions, this and that, and everything else, and he didn't do much of anything else, and so I was like, well, maybe we need to keep this going, and he didn't really want to not he didn't want to be there, but at the same time he wanted to be there,
Hmm.
if that makes sense. So
And that's kind of where it goes at. She's like,
mhm.
I like the online, but I kind of want to go back to in person. Um, but Lyric absolutely loves it, and if he
What's up,
doesn't
Tim?
go, if he stays on at online, she will stay on online.
Those are the twins, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So do you think this is what another thing I was worried about? And we don't need to talk about it. I'm just interested. Good to see you, Ben. Thank you for joining us today, brother. Do you think that they get what they would get in school too? As much, more, less, or is it the same? Or what are your thoughts on it?
Um.
As far as like the educational side to it.
Yeah, they get the same. I would say this is probably more lax because our school was so big, and
Right.
so it was a lot. So right now, next year it'll be a better idea, I guess, because right now pretty much everything they're doing is review because they had already done it
Yep.
at Brownsburg. So they're like a semester behind what Brownsburg was, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
That's Caden was going to be behind by a year, I think, almost a whole year because of the whatever the transverse thing was or whatever
mhm,
something. I can't understand it, but good morning, Miss Cat Lady. Wonderful to see you. But yeah, that was going to be an issue too, which was we thought was probably good so that he could catch up.
yeah.
But he stayed, and he ended up he was held back in the first grade. They were going to push him through, and I'm like, this kid doesn't know anything that he's supposed to know at his age. And they're like, well, he has a delay because of his issues. And I said, I understand that, but so his mother and I held him back. And it was beautiful because when we did, he ended up getting Miss Christie. Miss Christie is the one that pushed for the 504 program and then the IEP and
Mhm.
helped us to get it because they argued and fought and said his IQ was too high, which blew my damn mind. But you're not getting it. My son's on the spectrum. He is smart. That's not the problem. It's the fact that he's not able to focus on what you're telling him and absorb any of it. It just goes out the window as soon as he's done. He walks out of
Yeah.
that that class for that day, it never happened in his mind. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So
And that's kind of where Lorelai's at, although she's the only one that doesn't have the autism, but she has the combined ADHD.
yes, which is
She's
almost
like, "What," like, with the chemistry, she's like,
yeah.
"What is he talking about? All I can hear or see is word salad."
Yep.
I She's like, "What is going on?" I'm like, "Okay, well, let's sit down, let's break it down," and that's how we do it.
That's Caden. You can put math in front of him. Other stuff he seems to get.
Mhm.
And this is something he obviously inherited from me. He
Mhm.
hold on.
See, I love math and science. I hate history and English. So I shove the English and history off to my husband.
Sorry about that. Math is me. I was in math, general math in high school. I'll just give you an example. Ninth grade, 10th grade, 11th and 12th grade. I went into a vocational program we had for precision machining to be a machinist. And because I was on the football team, they kind of pushed all of the athletes into these you didn't have to have. They pushed them through to be
Mhm.
athletes, okay? Which I never agreed with, but then I did. Now I would never. But so I was doing basic math in my whole life, even up till 10th until I hit 11th grade. And in the 11th year, we didn't have to do all of the geometry, calculus, or not that. What is that?
Trig.
Trigonometry. Thank you. Jesus, I couldn't survive without you sometimes, I swear. Uh so when they handed me the trig book, okay, and they're like, okay, this is what you're gonna use for this, and I still had to take history and English, which I love history and English I was okay in, but history I could excel in it. I always did. Um, I opened this book up and I literally did this. I opened it, I'm looking and I went, and none of it made any sense. And I'm like, what is this? And I completely freaked out. But you need all that stuff for um machining and all that.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it was not cool. Hold on one second. This is the boss lady.
Again? Well, Cassie, now I know why we click so well. Oh, Brandy, Brandy. Ew. I can't remember if I did trig in high school or not. Oh boy, tomboy. Yeah, I haven't been able to read books for a long time. Oh, go get him, Wisdom. That's not good. Lord, I hope you don't get bit. It looks like they got a few different kinds. Like they're smart and scattered, they're smart but scattered teens. There's a guide for smart but scattered teens. Pretty cool. Let me see. So the one that's smart but scattered is this. It says this encouraging guide is grounded in research on the crucial brain-based skills that 4 to 13-year-olds need to get organized. So that would be in your up your alley, Cassie. I'm not lazy, stupid, or crazy. Yep.
All right, you guys. I'm sorry. My wife had an issue at work, a pretty bad situation, so I had to talk her through that. My apologies. Anxiety affects everybody, and I'm the one that calms her down. So that was why that happened. So my apologies. Back to where. What did I interrupt a conversation or something?
Nope, we were talking about books.
Oh, okay. So again, I'm so sorry. There's a bad situation with one of her patients, and she kind of lost the grip there for a minute. She's pretty hardcore with stuff, and she can handle things, but certain things get to her with anybody in the medical field.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Looks like Jesse joined him too. Awesome. So we will be here this afternoon again, by the way, for anybody interested. But let's get into today's show first. Let me see. And if you haven't done it yet, guys, please make sure you hop over to hit the like button for Mama Bear if you could.
With it, 10 things every child with autism wish you knew.
Let me see here. So. See the first thing I'm going to bring up. Okay. So we all know we've been talking about the Carmelo Anthony situation on and off as it goes on. There was a press conference for that. I told you guys the other day that it was found out that supposedly there was a GoFundMe put together for him for his defense. And Mittens for Kittens, hello, welcome. And it raised quite a bit of money, from my understanding. It raised enough money that supposedly his parents went and bought was it $900,000 house, Mama Bear?
900,000, yes.
And a really nice vehicle and all that. So that's definitely a misappropriation, in my opinion. So yeah. And there is I don't know if this is what they're speaking on, but this is, he's trying to pull they're trying to use the self-defense on this, right? No, it doesn't fit for what happened, in my opinion. And I don't know what's going to be said on here, but I'm curious. I figured, this is just turning out to be a really sticky situation, in my opinion.
Wisdom, is your dog okay?
What?
The dog was, Wisdom had to leave because her dog was chasing a snake.
That's not a dog. That's a horse. With dog features. Are you okay? Are you okay, Wisdom, chasing him down? She's always chasing this dog around. Thing's bigger than her. So yeah. Be careful, Wisdom. All right, guys, let's see what this is about here real quick.
News here at 4:30, in case you're just now joining us. Carmelo Anthony, the teenage suspect in that deadly Frisco stabbing at the track meet, just walked.
Oh.
That was the other thing. He made bond. That's the first and foremost. The kid, they made bond, which I'm sure came from that GoFundMe as well, but I don't think he should have been able to with what the charges were. That's my opinion, but
walked out of the Collin County Jail minutes ago. Today, a Collin County judge reduced the bond for the 17-year-old from $1 million down to $250,000. Anthony will have to wear an ankle monitor from here on. He'll be on supervised house arrest and can only leave the house with the approval from the court. He has to stay off social media as well, and he cannot contact the victim's family. Wanted to bring you that video, though. We're going to have a live report with the very latest coming up in just a little bit at 5 o'clock with WFAA's Brittany Moncrief.
And that's it. They lowered it. They lowered it down from, like I said, like Alicia said, $1 million to $250K. That's pretty drastic, in my opinion. I'd like to know why they did this and what's conspired to make this change like this. Or was it age related? Chick said it's a good point. Could be. I don't know, but there's still, the charges are pretty serious. Welcome, Linda. Good to see you. Not to deter about use of. Whoa, what's that say? not deter about use if I didn't quite understand that, Miss Linda. I'm sorry. Welcome, JC. I didn't quite understand that, ma'am. Good to see you this morning, Jace. And I think, okay, I want to show the press conference with what the parents had to state. I'm real curious.
Carmelo Anthony spoke publicly for the first time yesterday since their son's arrest and recent release from jail. Anthony is charged in the stabbing death of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a track meet in Frisco. Kayla Hayes, Anthony's mother, became emotional when talking about the attacks and threats her family has dealt with, including people finding her husband's former workplace and her other children being fearful for their lives. She said that she wouldn't give any details on what took place during the track meet, but did plead with the public to let the case play out in court.
I don't know why we are being targeted and discriminated against before a fair trial. Our son deserves the same rights under the law that everyone is afforded to.
Well, ahead of that press conference, Austin Metcalf's father arrived at the venue, but organizers called Dallas police to have him removed. And while Anthony was not in attendance, a court order prevents him from having any contact with the Metcalf family.
The parents of a teenager accused of murder at a track meet are now talking. They say the truth will come out. Carmelo Anthony's mom says since it happened, her family's been under attack, saying they've even received death threats. Her son, Carmelo, admitted to police he stabbed another student, Austin Metcalf.
To the family who experienced the loss, my heart truly goes out to you. To those who have supported my family, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We ask for your continued support, patience, and prayers as we navigate this difficult process.
That press conference was delayed because Metcalf's father showed up, but Dallas police asked him to leave. While Anthony was not in attendance, a court order prevents him from having any contact with the Metcalf family.
This is the Dallas Morning News. It's Friday, April 18th. A mix of sun and clouds today with a stiff breeze at times and a high of 87, turning mostly cloudy this evening with a chance of a thunderstorm. The low tonight will be 70. The weekend is looking wet. Saturday will be a bit humid.
Jesus, sorry guys, my thing got stuck again. My apologies. Good Lord. Okay, one moment. One moment here. Okay, next up, I do want to show this too. Let's put up an out about this. Oh, wait a minute.
Well, now to the murder case that has so.
1 second. There we go. Now it's working. I don't know what happened there. That was crazy. All right. Geez, so many technical issues today. So this is stating now that Austin Metcalf's father has been targeted by a swatting call on Thursday that Frisco police confirmed, as if they're not going through enough. Says that Frisco PD said that the officers responded to a gunshot call at an address which turned out to be the home of Jeff Metcalf, Austin's father. WFAA confirmed Metcalf told WFAA nobody was home at the time, but he arrived 5 minutes later. Swatting is a term which used to when fake threats are called into authorities with the express purpose of a drumming up a large police response. The news comes after Metcalf showed up to a press conference hosted by the parents of Carmelo Anthony, the teen accused of stabbing Metcalf's son. The press conference was delayed 50 minutes as a result, and police escorted Metcalf out of the building without incident. At the press conference, Anthony's mother said her family has been the target of harassment, threats, and lies. Anthony was released from jail Monday after posting bond. Judge Angela Tucker earlier in the day decided to significantly reduce Anthony's bond amount from $1 million to $250,000. This is a developing story, of course. This is becoming like a real situation, in my opinion, you guys. This father is distraught. His son is dead, and I don't blame him for being upset. And from what we're seeing, Anthony's family is doing some things that don't make sense, that shouldn't be happening, in my opinion. So hold on here. All right, this is the actual press conference. I'm sorry. And this is Metcalf's father showed up here and was not wanted there per se. And I don't know if there was any trouble that commenced from it. I haven't found that yet, but I'm guessing there was something that happened.
I want to start off this press conference to say something as a deep note that I can tell America. What we seen at the beginning of this press conference, the father being at this press conference, these are my words, don't quote anybody, is a disrespect to the dignity of his son.
Okay, so I'm guessing something went down with his father. And again, I don't understand what people expect. This man's son was murdered by these people's son. Okay. There's going to be some animosity. It's still new. It just happened. This isn't like it's 10 years old or something like that. So, maybe the father shouldn't have went there. Okay. Maybe he shouldn't have went there, but his son's dead. I mean, am I wrong in thinking that, like, he wanted to hear what they were going to have to say? What he said or did, I don't know, you guys. Okay. But again, he's angry. He should be. So this makes no sense. It says no trouble, but he was escorted out by several police officers. If he wasn't causing problems, why was he removed? He had it right to be there. It was a closed presser. It wasn't a closed. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. If they're uncomfortable with him being there, you might need to deal with that. The man lost his son. Your son is okay. You see, I mean, am I making sense, or do I sound crazy with this, Mama Bear? Do you think, I should say?
No, I think you're making sense.
Okay. I just want to make sure that this doesn't sound crazy, because if this was my child, God forbid anybody has to go through this, I would be angry and hurt and upset. And I want to hear what's going to be said. If he wasn't causing any problems, what was he hurting?
Right.
It tells me that there's some negativity, or there's some, maybe these people maybe feel like they've done something wrong. I think they have. Just saying, leave this man alone. He had that right. This wasn't a closed press conference. This is a public situation. It's America. We're free.
Right. It's a press conference. It's not.
It wasn't a hearing. It wasn't a trial. It wasn't anything like that. This was a press conference to the world. So, yeah, I have a problem with that. They're just making themselves look worse. I agree with that, Stormy, 100%. They've already done, which we're going to get into that here, too. I'm going to show you guys something. But I'll go ahead and let this nonsense be spoken here, and then we'll move forward. Because I can tell already what this is going to be bullshit, what he's saying, so.
Next Generation Action Network from the beginning has respected the loss of life. No matter our opinion of it, we have kept our opinion close. We have not attacked. We have not shared the information that was shared with us about Austin Metcalf, because we respect the dignity of life and loss. And as a minister, I would not attack a grieving family. even if I disagree with them. When I have stood before this podium for people who have died at the hands of law enforcement, I have asked for that same.
Okay. This is a bit much. So this man has basically said 3 times now that he justifies what Carmelo did without saying it, okay? If he disagrees with this, if he has his opinion is different, there's something wrong with this, okay? Exactly. So,
Matter of respect. And even when the shoe is on the other foot, I will not do that. And all I'm going to say, so it don't be asked later, is that was disrespectful and just shows you all the character who was not invited. He knows that it's inappropriate to be.
he was not invited to a public press conference.
Near this family, but he did it. And so I say to people, actions speak louder than words. Okay? What he has failed into is the political operatives that want to make this thing a political thing of hate, yet bigotry, and yet racism. We have conservative operatives that have been posting nonstop about this case. It is outright disrespectful. We haven't been doing it. The Next Generation Action Network has been here, popular and unpopular. So regardless of what's going on, that was disrespectful. Disrespectful. And I will leave it to y'all to define it. But of course we want to.
Well, sorry, but it's disrespectful to kill another person. And it was disrespectful for Carmelo to kill his son. And I'm sorry that he wasn't invited. Oh, Jesus, Cat Lady. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Be careful. Good God. It's disrespectful having him removed from a press conference about his son's murder in a public place. This makes no sense. None. And I'm going to get mad.
Y'all, I'm Minister Dominique Alexander. I serve as the president of the Next Generation Action Network. Today, I come before you with a heavy heart, but determined in spirit, not just as an advocate, but as a Black man, as a father, as a protector, community, and children. There are 4 critical points I must address today, and I want to make sure that the public and the media and everyone who believes in truth and justice. First, the misinformation about the fund. From the very beginning, there was an intentional disinformation surrounding the fund created in the support of the Anthony family. The Carmelo Anthony Fund, hosted by Give, Send, Go, let's be clear. The family has not received one dime. Any of the media could have verified this, but we saw on Twitter, we saw on Facebook, and so many different things of the false, lavish life of this family. $800,000 home, purchase Escalade, and private security. Let me make this very clear. The Next Generation Action Network has always had its security detail. Many of you that know us in the Dallas and Fort Worth media know that we have our own security detail. One of the individuals that escorted Carmelo Anthony out of jail is here present with us now. They are a part of the Next Generation Action Network security team. The family hasn't hired any private contractors or whatever, or splurged or whatever. But if they have the audacity to spend money for their safety and security, that's their prerogative. The family has not withdrawn, and just until recently, just yesterday, they were officially notified by Give, Send, Go that they could start the withdrawal process. But if anybody know about this process, they know that that takes about 2 to 3 days to withdraw from that and actually hit any account. But this blatant propaganda wasn't just about the fund. It was to discourage the public from giving to the fund. That's what this was about. Because just like TMZ was able to call, Give, Send, Go, everybody in the media, in these news outlets that I've never heard before, could have did the same thing. When I first called Give, Send, Go, they gave me every information that I needed. Okay? So that's what I'm going to say on regards to that. Let me make this very clear. This family never authorized a single fund on the GoFundMe platform. All of the funds that were raised on the GoFundMe were all fraudulent. Fraud.
Amen, Chris. That was karma.
Yeah, I got you.
The GoFundMe was set up. The titling was for his defense, period. Didn't say security. Didn't say anything about a car, a house, food, nothing. It was for defense, period.
Sherry said it depends on the intent of those who gave.
And that is true too. That is true. Now, if anybody, that's a good point, Sherry. That's actually a good point. Either way, I'm going to show something else after this too. We'll see. I don't know. This is ridiculous. I do not like the way he is speaking towards about and in regards to the family of the victim. Absolutely, bingo. That should have went directly to an attorney. That's all there is to it, and there would be no questions, but it didn't. So, yeah, that take that to heart and think about that for a minute.
All of the funds that was raised on that platform were fraud, okay? The family was the first to report these funds. One of the funds we identified raised up to $11,000. So a post about anything that stated that GoFundMe took everything down regarding Carmelo Anthony, that was at the request of the families and their supporters. This family never tried to create an account on GoFundMe. The Next Generation Action Network is very well aware of the company's policy regarding raising funds for legal defense, okay? Since this tragedy unfolded, the Anthony family has been subject to unimaginable amount of hate, racism, threats to their safety. People have sat outside their house, sent objects delivered to their door, publicly harassed, online and in person. This is not just about Carmelo. It's about the family who dared to stand and demand justice in a return.
What's up, Tomboy?
Rewind.
How far?
Defense, okay? Since this tragedy unfolded, the Anthony family has been subject to unimaginable amount of hate, racism, threats to their safety. People have sat outside their house, sent objects delivered to their door, publicly.
Do you realize what would have happened if the shoe was on the other foot? It would be very bad right now. Very,
Right.
very bad.
Tomboy said go back a few.
More than this? Okay.
GoFundMe platform. All of the funds that were raised on the GoFundMe were all fraud.
They were all fraud? What is he? How? What?
Yes, they were all fraudulent. What? I don't know because he smacked his microphone.
How does that make any sense?
Hey, it's Scott.
Okay, we're gonna go from here. Good to see you, brother. Good to have you here, Scott.
She said start that part over.
Was to discourage the public from giving to the fund. That's what this was about. Because just like TMZ was able to call, give, send, go, everybody in the media, in these news outlets that I've never heard before, could have did the same thing. When I first called Give, Send, Go, they gave me every information that I needed. Okay? So that's what I'm going to say on regards to that. Let me make this very clear. This family never authorized a single fund on the GoFundMe platform. All of the funds that were raised on the GoFundMe were all fraud. Yeah, I got you.
Bingo, Kathy. They never said they didn't want it. They never said, please don't send money to this. Never.
All of the funds that was raised on that platform were fraud, okay? The family was the first to report these funds. One of the funds we identified raised up to $11,000. So a post about anything that stated that GoFundMe took everything down regarding Carmelo Anthony, that was at the request of the families and their supporters. This family never tried to create an account on GoFundMe. The Next Generation Action Network is very well aware of the company's policy regarding raising funds for legal defense. Okay? Since this tragedy unfolded, the Anthony family has been subject to unimaginable amount of hate, racism, threats to their safety. People have
I'm going to show you here in a few minutes, Tomboy.
sat outside their house, sent objects delivered to their door, publicly harassed, online and in person. This is not just about Carmelo. It's about the family who dared to stand and demand justice in a return and receive ugliness that racism in this country still breeds. But let me say this loud and clear. We are not scared. We are not moving. We will not be silent. What I've always said as the president of the Next Generation Action Network, we will never ask the oppressor for permission to liberate our people. We will not ask for permission to stand up for the rights of our children. The Next Generation Action Network has stood on both sides of the fence. in ensuring that justice is served. Now, getting to the information that the Next Generation Action Network wanted to share with the public today. And I will go ahead and pass it over to the mother and once I make this statement, okay? All right. There's two more final. For the last week and a half, the Next Generation Action Network has engaged in communications with Frisco ISD to ensure that Carmelo Anthony's due process is not violated. We know that in the state of Texas, there are things that are discretionary things and decisions by the leadership of Frisco ISD, right? There are clear guidance in the state and education code regarding expulsion of a student. We have asked several times, we didn't just rush, we have had these conversations over the last several days. And we have stated that it is just outright wrong to get involved in this. Carmelo Anthony doesn't have to walk. He doesn't have to involve in any senior activities. But Carmelo Anthony is a 3.7 GPA student. And if he doesn't even go to class for the remainder of the year, he would graduate. Okay?
He murdered somebody. Okay? You lose certain rights in your life when you become a murderer. I'm sorry, but you do.
We've asked that Frisco do not make a decision in this situation. But Frisco ISD has notified of their intent to expel Carmelo Anthony from school 1 month before his high school graduation.
What did he think? What did they think was going to happen? That he was just going to go back to school like nothing happened and get his diploma and have a party afterwards? When you kill somebody, there's consequences. You don't get to live your life like you did the day before. This is insane.
That just shows me that Frisco ISD is trying to push off the blame. And what I have not heard the media say, as many media outlets have asked us what went on, I'm trying to find how many of y'all have asked the superintendent or one single board of trustee, why didn't you cancel or postpone? With weather in that magnitude, you couldn't have a track meet in rain or thunderstorm or clouds. Y'all are the media. Ask your journalists, your weather journalists, how the weather was that day and that time. Y'all do that research. Because as a person who is the administrator of your children, you are responsible for the safety of the children. And so it seems as if Frisco ISD is trying to push this off by making this decision that they do not have to make. So
what the hell is he even talking about?
I don't know. I got lost a long time ago.
This has the weather ain't got nothing to do with nothing. And he's trying to put the blame on the school district now? This is insane. And yes, exactly. Tomboy's right. This is why hate is being brought into this situation. This is nuts. 100% nuts. Wow. See, this is the people like this is what causes division between us as a people. Okay? 100%. This man and others like him are what causes division between us as a whole. Everything here, Miss Sherry just said it. He's blaming everybody and everything else except for the problem, which is Carmelo Anthony.
Yep.
Period, folks. Every word he said is bullshit thus far. Good God.
So the Next Generation Action Network, outside of the legal process, will be going through different avenues.
Exactly.
Regarding to ensure that we fight for the rights of Carmelo Anthony. Okay? So in the next coming days, we will be announcing to the public. We will do direct action outside of Frisco ISD administration office because this is outright wrong. You are getting involved in a process that even the legal process has asked us to respect. And we're asking you to do that same thing. You do not have to get involved in this situation. But it seems that even with us going and meeting or having conversations, they have made their mind up.
Okay.
Everybody's starting to throw stuff. So
This man is dumb. Literally dumb. This happened it was at a school football game, right?
or
If I
track
remember.
meet.
Or a track meet, not a football game. I'm sorry, you guys. Track meet, right. Okay. So this happened at a school event, track meet. The school needs to be involved. It's their.
Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about, dude? Oh my God. Good luck, you two. Good luck. If this is your spokesperson, good luck to you. That's all I'm saying. He's on house arrest. He can't leave the house. Why do they need security for him? Truly.
Yeah.
And we want to make sure.
Bear with me, guys. I want to get to where the parents say something, and then we don't have to listen to this fool's mouth anymore.
That the record, that we talk truth to power in regards. I wanted to lay this out to ensure, because of the sensitivity of this case, a grand jury to be indicted. We don't know if a grand jury will indict or not. We don't know. That's in the district attorney's hands. Okay?
Kayla Hayes. I am the mother of Carmelo Anthony. 3 years ago, my family moved to North Texas, searching for a better life. Like so many other families, we wanted to give our children the future we did not have. My husband works hard every single day to provide for us, to make sure we're in the best financial position possible. As a stay-at-home mom, I made it my life's mission to ensure our children are loved, nurtured, and supported every step of the way. In wake of this tragic incident, our family has been under attack. Whatever you think what happened between Carmelo and the Metcalf boys, my 3 younger children, my husband, and I didn't do anything to deserve to be threatened, harassed, and lied about. The lies and false accusations that have been said about us, especially over the past week, has been overwhelming. The lies and their amplification put my family in danger, as well as everyone in our community, everyone involved in the investigation, from the police, the attorneys, and the court staff. Our address and my husband's previous employer's address has been put on all social media platforms. My husband had to take a leave of absence because he's afraid what may happen to our family.
Well, you would think he would have anyway.
His mental.
You think?
I mean,
what the hell? This is ridiculous. Anyway.
Health is deteriorating day by day. We have endured death threats. My 13-year-old daughter is afraid to sleep in her own bedroom because she's fearful of what may happen to her.
Because your son's in the house?
And let me be clear. The claims that were used about the public donation to buy a home or anything else are completely false. We have not received a single dime from the Give, Send, Go fundraiser. And the co-founder has stated that clearly.
Okay, here's the thing. Just because you didn't get the money yet doesn't mean you were not anticipating receiving it in turn went ahead and made certain purchases accredited to receiving that money at some point. Okay, people can do that all the time. If you show somebody, hey, this is going to be coming to us at sometime, any realtor is going to jump all over that, as well as a car salesman, and say, oh yeah, they got that coming. We know it. So they're just using what they have credit wise at this point, and not as collateral to say this will be here at some point. People do it all the time, guys. It's normal.
In the reality, we were just notified yesterday that we could begin to withdraw funds. And it still takes several days to receive those funds once a request is made. I don't know why we are being targeted and discriminated against before a fair trial. Our son deserves the same rights under the law that everyone is afforded to. He's been raised in a two-parent home with structure, stability, love, and we put God first in everything that we do. We believe in the Constitution. We believe in the laws of this state, but those laws must apply to all of us, not just some of us. To be clear, we will not speak publicly about specific details of what happened under the tent on that rainy and awful day. There's an active investigation that everyone involved wants to be full and fair.
Why isn't the father speaking? First off, he's obviously emotional.
Because she wears the pants in the relationship. I
Based
guarantee.
on what I'm seeing, I'm guaranteeing you're right.
I mean, he's wiping her tears.
Exactly. I'm waiting for him to sit down and let her sit on his back as a chair. Like, come on now. 100%, Sherry. That's exactly where that came from. That man that was just standing there talking first probably wrote the speech and handed it to her. In fact, I did see him hand her a piece of paper, so that probably was what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
Kim asked, how can you draw out funds if you're not in charge of them?
They give certain people the ability to do that with the way those things work. You can add like an admin, or they send it or put it, like direct it to your bank account or something. I don't understand how this other program that they're on works, but
I don't know. Just taking her anger out on
I'm curious. We'll see how it pans out. But I got a couple other things to show you after, as soon as we get through this. But
we believe in the legal process, and that is where the truth will come out. To the family who experienced the loss, my heart truly goes out to you. To those who have supported my family, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We ask for your continued support, patience, and prayers as we navigate this difficult process. Thank you.
Y'all, I'm going to show something of a post. You come for me, I come for you. Sarah Fields. Never heard of this woman. This is the kind of despicable things that led to the father being here. Political operatives motivating this family with hate. Carmelo Anthony posted on something that shows, posted here. These are the type of lies that are threatening this family. Posting the family's picture. These are the type of lies. She's getting millions of views on this. Sarah, she's even came after me. She's even said all of those things. And now that the public knows exactly what is going on, I ask, because these racist bigots try to prevent us from standing up for our baby, our boy, he should be afforded the same rights that Kyle Rittenhouse had, Daniel Penna, and all of the people who have claimed whatever their defense was. He should be afforded the same right. Nobody in the public media has one video camera, but we got the video of Kyle Rittenhouse with an AK-47 shooting 3 people in the back. We got that. And he raised more than $2 million publicly, and nobody says anything. So since they tried to come for us, I call for the community's overwhelming support for this fund. The disinformation that was put out was literally deliberate to prevent you from helping this family. And I want you to give overwhelming support to show them the community united can never be divided. And I'm going to say this again, and this is for everybody. Black people in America, while the current occupant sits at 1600 Pennsylvania, Black people in America don't have to pull the race card. It's what we live.
Then why did you just do it?
Right.
This would have been, I don't care. Oh my God, I'm so pissed off
If
right now.
somebody watched this and had no idea about this case, they would think at this point that their child is the one that was murdered, not
Exactly.
the
Thank
other way
you.
around.
Thank you very much. 100%. The way this is all coming up, it makes it look like Carmelo was the one that was harmed. Okay.
Yeah.
He killed somebody, you guys. He killed somebody. This is absolutely insane. And I would not feel any different whether this was a white child that did this or a black child. It's wrong. You murdered somebody. Deal with the consequences. Handle it and set this idiot down and get away from him because he's making this family look 10 times worse than they need to. I'm telling you right now. Absolutely insane. The fact of the matter is, if you say a word against a murderer, you'll be labeled a racist. And that's fact. And that's not what this is about. This ain't about race. This is about murder. You murdered somebody. Black, white, Asian, whatever the hell you are, you killed somebody. That's all there is to it.
Yeah. And they don't deserve to be harassed or their lives threatened
Of
or
course not.
any of that other stuff.
Of
But
course not.
don't
Nope.
make it sound like your son's innocent.
Right. Not at all, because he did something wrong. And they, in the very beginning of this, he said, well, whether he played off of the innocence of the child that committed the crime too. He may not agree with the opinion, have different opinions, different this, different that, basically claiming that what the child did was okay without saying it, okay? You don't stab somebody that takes your arm and asks you to move out of the way. That's not self-defense, folks. I'm sorry to tell you, but it's not.
Nope. Hello,
Welcome, Elizabeth.
And he knowingly took a weapon to a school function.
100%, which tells me there's some form of premeditation there. Why did you bring this weapon with you to this function? For what reason? What were you going to do with that? You had some form of premeditation in your mind as to why you needed to have that at a track meet. Am I wrong?
No.
Absolutely premeditation. So don't give me your bullshit, okay? This is absolutely insane. There was no reason to pull the knife out. What happened again? Each of us has two hands, okay? If you thought that you were being, assaulted or whatever, then fight. You got 2 fists. You don't pull out a knife and stab somebody with it and take their life. And you didn't even just try to maim him. You stabbed him directly in to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing but bullshit. Nothing but bullshit.
As a reality every day. Is what we have to teach our children. We don't want to, but we have to. We don't like to, but if we want to sleep at night, we got to. I ain't pulling no race card. I live it.
You just did. You just pulled the race card 3 different times. This idiot don't need to be anywhere near around children, first and foremost, in my opinion. Just saying.
I'm reminded all the time that
Right,
I'm a
Jeff.
black man in America. And what y'all just showed to Judge Tucker is just reminded that hate and big.
That's what I was wondering, Jeff. You purposely took a knife with you to a track event. And Jeff said he went in the wrong team's tent. Makes you wonder if he went looking for some kind of trouble. 100%. That's my opinion, too.
Bigotry and racial reconciliation in this country. We have respected the process. I believe that Austin Metcalf is about to have his funeral. And I wouldn't dare, even with the information I know, and plenty people can share that and all that, but we have prevented from speaking about that in these type of public forums.
See, he did it again. I wouldn't dare. Even with the information I know, he's trying to play onto the fact that what Carmelo did was not bad. It wasn't wrong. Okay. This. Oh my God.
It will come out. They have a more than well capable attorney, and this family will go through a process of being able to get prepared for this trial. So I just say this real quick. This is our final time speaking to public and holding a press conference regarding this particular case.
Good.
Now, the Next Generation Action Network will talk about Frisco ISD, but we will not do this. I will not ask this mother to do this again. The attorney will not. We won't do this again. Don't ask. We will see you at trial.
Nobody wants
Whatever venue that is, we will see you there.
Nobody wants you to.
I stand 10 toes down supporting this family. And I want to thank all of the community leaders and people that I have seen that have came here today. Bishops and pastors and clergy, community leaders with well respect.
I'm nauseous now. Completely disgusted over that. Absolutely. Okay, folks. So we got.
Check. We'll see you later.
Is she leaving?
Yeah.
Okay. Give, send, go. This is the what do you call it?
It's the other GoFundMe,
Right. Okay.
basically.
Let me see here. Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna be following that trial too. What did she say? I had no offense, but I have to bow out of this conversation. Agree to disagree on family response, but I'm triggered by lack of cultural sensitivity. I don't know what that means or what she means by that. But
She
okay.
was saying, she said their question is simply, why do white defendants his age get treated with kid gloves, but their kid is demonized right off the bat?
They
That's the
shouldn't.
point.
Everybody should be treated the same in this. That's what I'm
Mhm.
saying. Exactly the same thing, folks. That's what I said just a few minutes ago. I don't care if you're black, white, Asian, yellow, orange, whatever. Everybody should be held accountable in the same way for this same type of situation, period.
And she
And if
also said it's true to a point, and unless you're black, you don't have the right to call this the race card. Sorry, not sorry. I'm a historian. This is a cultural thing. I'm not avoiding that part
there's no
because it is.
racial aspect to this, though. Sorry, I
No,
didn't mean to
it's okay.
interrupt you.
No, I was done.
No, I don't see any kind of racism here. I haven't seen it. Okay. If I see it, I'm gonna say it because I'm highly against racism. But I don't see that being what this is. Now, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. If there are threats and things being said, so on and so forth, that's absolutely wrong. You don't do that. Okay. Just as much as you wouldn't do that if it's a white person or an Asian or Filipino or something like that. No. The point to this entire thing should only be that this child killed somebody else, another child. Okay, that is what this is about. His family should not be being harassed. They didn't do it by anybody, and neither should Metcalf's family. Okay, at all. So anybody that's out there in the middle of all this, that's throwing out racial comments or making threats, this and that, grow the fuck up. Okay, that's not what this is. And I'm tired of seeing this kind of shit happen. It's ignorant. Now, whatever his family's doing, if they're doing it, they need to, if it's not right, they need to realize that and move on and do for their child. Their biggest goal and their biggest worry should be what's going to happen with Carmelo. That's the biggest problem right now. That's what I'd be worried about if my child was in this, okay? This is not and does not need to be turned into a racial issue because it's not. Now, if there's proof out there that Carmelo is being treated differently because he is African American, that's a problem. That needs to be thrown out. It needs to be seen. It needs to be heard. I agree. But if that's not what it is, there is no racial aspect to this. Okay? Your son killed somebody. I'm sorry for you. That's a lot to go through. But this is not the answer to it. All of this other bullshit coming out of this. It doesn't need to exist. It's ridiculous. And this is what I'm saying. This is what causes division between us as a people. In my opinion, in some senses, it keeps the racism abroad. It keeps it moving because people are looking at it going, oh, no. That can't be happening. When it's not happening at all, and it's being said that it is, that's a big problem, okay? It's a big problem. So that's my feelings on this. Now, this is this go, give, send, go. I've never heard of this before, but like Mama Bear said, it's another version of GoFundMe, I guess. And in here already, they raised $481,235. I guess from what he was stating, I don't know what the basis of truth on that it is. What
this
he was
is the one the family set up.
Okay, it states, we're grateful. Where'd it go? For your support during this incredible, difficult time for Carmelo and his family. The fundraiser has been established to provide comprehensive assistance to the Anthony family as they navigate the many challenges surrounding Carmelo's case. So it doesn't clearly state anything, Jesus, go away, about defense here, but it says, to help them in whatever, I guess. But that's a lot of money thus far. For $481,000, that's good. So he definitely could have a defense. Now, what people were complaining about, having issues with, was the fact that I don't know if it's true or if it's not true, but there's other people out there that are saying that they have proof of these things, that the family went and looked into buying a home and a vehicle and some other things. This is what I'm saying, is this was turned into a racial issue by that person, that guy, whoever he is. I don't even know his name. So anyway, that's the thing they're doing. Now, this thing here was a GoFundMe that was put together, but it's been canceled now.
Well, it wasn't just a few minutes ago. And I posted that to you. That's interesting.
Isn't it?
$60
raised, and it's gone. Refunds come. Oh, the refunds are going back. How about that? Now we have this over here. Is honoring Austin Metcalf, help his family heal. Okay, so now, in my opinion, this makes sense to me because this family has to pay for a funeral. They have, his brother, his twin brother that had to deal with this. There's counseling. There's all sorts of things that are going to have to happen. And that's raised a lot of money there too. Okay, and that's awesome. Good for people that are supporting this. Now, if people want to support helping Anthony's family for a defense, that's awesome too. If they can't afford to pay for attorney, so on and so forth, that's great. Okay. The problem, like I said, that was coming out throughout social media that I had heard more than once in more than one place, was that it was being the funds were being misappropriated. I don't know if it's true or if it's not, folks. Okay.
That's a good question, Denise. Is Denise the other teacher?
She could be. She could
Denise,
be.
are you a teacher? I think she's the other one.
That's what I said the other day, Denise. There should be teachers. When I was at like even Caden school, there's teachers and other adults that are at all of their sports events as well. Yeah, that's going to cause some serious trauma. Vix, is this child dying in his brother's arms? That's a lot. Hey, Eddie, good to see you,
We
brother.
have school resource officers and some local PD. So where were all those?
Mm-hmm.
And the coaches? Oh, it's a massage therapist. Okay.
Agreed. So I'm not saying that putting together a GoFundMe or a Give Send Go for this family to help support, a defense for this child is wrong.
No.
If that's what it's being used for, or even to help the family get through certain things during this time while they're trying to pay for this and deal with this. But not if what was talked about with this, it was true. Holy hell, no. That is not what this should be for, okay? In my opinion. Supposedly, a coach told him to go sit under their tent and get out of the rain. Oh, so that's why he was blaming it on the weather, because it rained, and that the school should have canceled the whole thing because it was raining. Are you serious? So because it rained and the school didn't cancel it, he's blaming this on the school. Nope. Sorry.
No, because with track meets, you run in the rain.
Do you know how many football games I played in the rain and the snow?
Mm-hmm.
They don't cancel that. Okay, I'm sorry. No, the child should have been acting the right way and being where he was supposed to be. And all that Metcalf was doing, from my understanding, was telling him, "You're not supposed to be here. Please get out of here." And the kid flipped out, and they went back and forth and whatever. So, this is so dumb to me, you guys. This is so dumb. Once again, does not need to be a situation that is happening. Now I'm gonna find this other thing. Is this where this whole thing went down? Let me see something here. I think this shows the situation with Metcalf's father. 1 second. And then I want to show another thing I found this morning.
Frisco. The suspect's family, for the first time, called a news conference to reject some rumors circulating online.
Exactly.
Reporter Jobin Paniker says it all changed when the victim's father walked in.
Well, this is such a tragic case, and it is sad all around, but it's also had its share of surprises. And what happened this morning is no different. We were all waiting to hear the Anthony family talk for the first time on the record. It was supposed to start at 11. 10 minutes turned into 20, then 30. The reason? Austin Metcalf's father, Jeff Metcalf, had walked in.
Who was not invited, he knows that it's inappropriate to be near this family. But he did it.
Carmelo Anthony is charged with murder in his son's death at a track meet in Frisco on April 2nd. Jeff Metcalf said nothing. He just stood and waited. The group hosting this told him to leave, or they'd call Dallas police. The group's founder, Dominique Alexander, made this statement.
Is a disrespect to the dignity of his son.
Jeff Metcalf was escorted out by DPD before the family arrived to speak. Ultimately, it was not a court order that made him leave, but because the owner of the building said he was trespassing. Metcalf shook hands with officers and then left. This press conference was about hearing from Carmelo's mom, Kayla Hayes, and we finally did.
We believe in legal process, and that is where the truth will come out. To the family who experienced the loss, my heart truly goes out to you.
The family says they've endured threats, lies, and racial harassment over the last 2 weeks.
Our family has been under attack.
Mostly over a fundraising page they say they haven't been able to access until Wednesday. They're fighting claims they're profiting off of this or living lavishly from the funds raised.
We have endured death threats. My husband had to take a leave of absence because he's afraid what may happen to our family.
We've asked for comment from Jeff Metcalf. He told us not to quote him. We're also told this will be the last time we hear from the Anthony family before a possible trial. But that will not stop all the talk from the outside and any more surprises that have come with this case. In Dallas, I'm Jobin Puniker.
I guess it didn't. It said it was going to show it, but it didn't. Okay. Nope. No, there shouldn't have been any weapons whatsoever. Hold on. One moment. Hold. Okay, bear with me, guys. This just came out last night about this too. I know. I'm sorry ahead of time. Okay. Sorry, I have to say I'm sorry, but it is interesting. So
news tonight, the Texas track star stabber walks free after a brutal stabbing of a football star. This as the victim's family is attacked. The victim's mother's home swatted. This as we learn the killer's family is set to buy a new house with donations. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
Accused teen killer Anthony Carmelo pleads with a Texas judge for a lower bond on the basis of his age and lack of criminal record, despite allegedly stabbing to death a fellow student at a track meet. The judge meets his demands.
What? Okay, if we have the facts correct, the suspect stabbed an unarmed teen boy. But yet I'm hearing that the suspect has walked free. I am also learning that it was urged in court that the suspect has no criminal history. He's a juvenile. Listen to this.
Anthony's father was questioned about an incident involving his son that happened at Carmelo's high school in February. The Daily Mail refers to the incident as an altercation assault, but as the situation was handled internally by the Frisco Independent School District, it is unclear if Anthony was the aggressor or merely a witness to the incident, or even what type of incident occurred.
And his brother was holding him, trying to hold the blood in, and he passed. My son watched his brother die in his arms.
That from our friends at Fox 4 Dallas Fort Worth News. Okay, let me understand this. Straight out to trial lawyer Lisa Herrick, partner at Varghese, Somerset, and former juvenile prosecutor. Lisa, thank you for being with us. When I can't get a straight answer, that makes me think that there is subterfuge. So if the suspect, who is the admitted stabber of an unarmed teen at a high school track meet, when the stabber's camp is asked about an incident involving an assault at the school, and I can't get a straight answer, it tells me that somebody is covering. Because if the suspect was just a witness to an assault or a good Samaritan or the champion that's, stopped the whole thing, we would have heard that, wouldn't we? I mean, they're trying to get bond. They did get bond. So what is this prior incident? And does it concern you that when the suspect's father is questioned about this, as he's urging his son's good character, we don't get a straight answer?
Well, what I would want to know is, were any criminal charges brought because of it? And, or was Carmelo suspended or expelled, or did he have any sort of school disciplinary action as a result of it? Because if neither of those things are true, it does make me believe that he probably wasn't the aggressor. Criminal charges don't necessarily have to be brought due to a fight at school, but schools are very likely to have some sort of disciplinary.
So what this is about is that there was a previous incident that went down involving these two. And now we have this situation, which is escalated from that previous situation. You know what I mean? That's interesting. And I'm sure that's probably going to come out during this trial at some point, if it's true. So another very interesting piece of information. That's the other thing, Eddie. Good point. Was Anthony even part of the track team? Was he there with the track team? I don't believe he was. Not on the side of the Warriors, right? I don't believe so. My understanding is he was in a place he wasn't supposed to be. But it was also stated that somebody told him to go sit inside the tent to stay out of the rain, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I'll look into those details to find out for sure.
Action because of a fight at school, especially if it was one-sided, especially for a person who was an aggressor.
I mean, it disturbs me that someone is asking for a reduced bond to walk free after stabbing an unarmed teen dead, and then not coming clean about what happened at a prior school incident. I mean, the father, Carmelo Anthony's father, was questioned about the incident involving his son at Anthony's high school. So why am I not getting a straight answer? Dave Mack, that changes everything. If there was a prior assault by Carmelo Anthony on another, think it through, Dave Mack, for Pete's sake. This would be a similar transaction if it's true, because Anthony would be attacking another high schooler. I'd like to find out if that victim was armed or unarmed. I'd like to find out if Anthony was armed or unarmed. The extent of the attack, did it rise to an aggravated assault with fists or feet? I don't know. Do we know anything, or was that completely glossed over in the bond hearing? We don't have an answer, right?
It was completely glossed over in the hearing, Nancy. The question was, what happened? And the answer was nothing. It was like a tap dance. We cannot find out any information because it was handled by the school district, by their own investigation. And that's the only thing we know. Happened at school. I didn't want to say covered up. They said they dealt with it, and that was the end of it. Dad didn't volunteer any information whatsoever about his son. I'm going to be honest, as a dad, if my son was accused of doing something, and in this particular case he hadn't, I would have been screaming, absolutely, here's what happened. And I would tell you the whole story right then. I wouldn't just walk away like I needed an umbrella to get out of the sun.
Take a look at the suspect. Actually, not really a suspect, because he has admitted that he stabbed Austin Metcalf unarmed at a track meet. Here is Carmelo Anthony as he is leaving the courthouse. Take a listen.
Carmelo, why were you armed at school? Explain your self-defense. How is that self-defense?
That is from our friends at Fox 4 Dallas Fort Worth News. To Katie Barber joining me, mysanantonio.com. What happened at the bond hearing?
His attorney was asked about the knife, and he refused to answer a question about it. He just said for unknown reasons, Carmelo brought the knife to the school. But the district attorney also acknowledged that it was for unknown reasons. So they're not prepared to go into that conversation, but it seems to be the most pressing.
That's interesting, because it makes me feel like he would have to admit to premeditation then. That's what he's hiding from. It almost sounds like he knew if there was, especially, okay, going back to what Eddie said, if there was a previous incident, okay, and he purposely takes a knife with him to the meet, you know something's going on, and then you go into a tent where you're not supposed to be. This all sounds to me like this was something that was completely premeditated. And that's what the whole point was behind it. It was not self-defense. It was not, well, I'm just here to get out of the rain. You knew what you were doing. I can't see it any other way, you guys. I mean, does that make sense? There was bad blood. One was enrolled in track field. The other was a competitor. So yeah, with another school. And they were there for that reason. He takes the knife on purpose, goes to where that kid is after having a previous interaction. And yes, this absolutely sounds like this was pre-planned. Bullshit. Absolute ridiculous bullshit.
Comment or most pressing detail about the case right now.
Okay, who asked who about why the knife was brought to the track meet?
Howard's attorney was asked by the media after the hearing about this. And he just said it would be irresponsible for me or them to say why he brought the knife, and they're asking the public to withhold.
Okay, so hold on, Katie Barber. Let me understand. I asked you what happened at the bond hearing, and you told me
Say what you think, Wisdom, please. I always love hearing what you have to say, especially in a situation like this. Even though we got to hear Nancy, I know, but just saying.
something that happened outside the bond hearing, but I want to follow up on that. You're telling me that Carmelo Anthony's lawyer was asked why Anthony brought a knife to the track meet. Do I have it right so far, Katie Barber?
Yeah, he was asked why he brought the knife.
Right, got it. Yes, got it. I got it the first time. So hold on right there. Lisa Herrick, veteran trial lawyer who has handled cases in juvenile justice. So the lawyer wouldn't answer why Anthony brought a knife to a track meet. Here's my question. I'm sure you're familiar with implicit intent to commit a crime. Are you not?
Yes.
For instance,
like Jeff just said, K.A., I think you have it backwards, Jeff. I think you might say K.A. allegedly reached inside his bag and said, touch me and see what happens. Metcalf grabbed Anthony to move him, and Anthony allegedly pulled out a knife, stabbed Austin once in the chest, and then ran away. There it is. There it is. What was the conversation before that is what I'd like to hear. And we're only going to hear one side of it unless there's a witness to the conversation. So,
well, Tomboy said something about Carmelo getting in a girl's face and Anthony stepped in between, and then that's when he got stabbed. I don't know where that went.
Metcalf got in between.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I don't know where that went, but
and that's okay. And he threw the knife upon running away. How much fear for one safety can one have? How much fear for one safety can one be at a track meet? Really? I mean, right. That's exactly. You shouldn't have to, but yeah. And they threw the knife before running away. So that, again, like this doesn't look like, this looks a little bit more premeditated to me than maybe it is, or then maybe they're stating. Sorry. I don't know. I could be wrong. But it comes off that way to me.
and Tomboy said, but it wasn't just Austin telling him to go. It was the other kids as well. K.A. got into a girl's face and Austin stepped in between. That's when he was stabbed. There it is.
Okay. Maybe the girl said something. Anthony jumped up at her, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, okay. Anthony was in the wrong tent and being aggressive, period. Why did he bring a knife? like I'm saying, did he do this on purpose? Okay, did he go in that tent coming off aggressive purposely with the intent of provoking somebody so that he could stab them? You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. He's never going to say that that's true, but just saying.
And he was the captain of his school's football and track team, so he should have known the different tents.
Oh, he did. I agree that he did. That's what I'm saying. It seems like he purposely went in there to provoke a situation
Yeah.
in hopes that somebody would come at him, and then he could try to say it was self-defense. Boom. I mean, that's how this is looking to me. I don't know. I could be completely wrong, you guys. I'm just making a guess. And that's true too. How is it self-defense when you're the one with the knife? You're not defending, that's for sure. He told the arresting officers that he didn't know who Metcalf was. So which is it? He brought up the self-defense after the fact, right? And he did know. That's a blatant lie because there was an interaction between them before. Was it a previous track meet? Who knows? They obviously did. If they were competing, in my opinion, simply, they probably competed before. Okay, because I know my school has multiple meets with the same schools. When I went to school, you know, like 4 or 5 different meets with the same teams from different schools over the season. So, but he did know him, though. He did know. That's been proven already. So, okay. Anyway.
If I say, okay, Lisa Herrick, I've got a gun, it's loaded, and now I'm going to kill you. Bam. That's explicit. It's stated, and the law recognizes that. But there is also implicit intent. For instance, if I reach into my gym bag and take out a knife and shove it into your heart, I don't have to say, Lisa, now I'm going to stab you dead. It's implicitly proven by my actions. I don't have to announce them. This is the problem Carmelo Anthony's lawyers are going to have. Implicit and explicit intent are equal in the eyes of Lady Justice. Under the law, they carry equal weight. Him bringing a knife and then using it to stab someone dead is implicit intent to commit a crime. That's why the lawyer wouldn't answer that question, Lisa Herrick.
I think that's possibly why he wouldn't answer. I also would like to know what kind of knife it was. If we're talking about a large like hunting knife, there's probably no reason why he should be carrying that. Maybe there is, and his attorneys just don't feel like disclosing that at this point. But if it's a small pocket knife or like a Swiss Army knife, maybe he carries that for other reasons. Maybe he just happened to have it in his backpack and used it for self-defense. We don't know what kind of knife it was at this point, or at least I don't know. And I think that that makes a difference. I think that matters.
You know what? I think you're right, Lisa Herrick. I think you're absolutely right. If it's a pen knife or a folding knife, yeah, a lot of guys may carry those around. You're absolutely right. So the type of knife is going to be very important. It's my understanding it's a fixed blade. I don't know that.
That's what I was getting ready to say. I'm going to say this because if it's a fixed blade knife, such as like a K-bar, we all know what that is. You have no reason to have that with you for any reason whatsoever. If it's one of these, a pocket knife that has to be opened up and has a small blade, first off, this wouldn't have killed him, I don't believe, unless you had it just in the right exact spot, okay? A K-bar or something else like that, that's a different situation altogether, okay? And you have no reason to have that in your bag other than for complicit, you know, things that you're going to do, in my opinion. So, but even this, you can't take to school. My son had something like this, smaller than this, in his backpack that was left there by accident from camping before that he used, and took it out and got expelled for 6 months. That was this son here. Thank God that, you know, we were able to get an attorney and deal with it. But yeah, that's what happened because there's no tolerance for stuff like this. And I understand fully. It was an accident. He opened the backpack, saw it, and went, oh, no. Somebody else saw it, told on him, and there it was. And it was, like I said, it was tinier than this. But, so yeah, there's no reason to have any kind of a weapon whatsoever. Gun, knife, sword, baseball bat, anything at school. Because it presents a problem. I don't know that, Jeff. I really don't. Sorry. So yeah, that's a problem. Right. Alicia's daughter just went through something like this too, in a sense. Her daughter had another student pulled a knife on her. That you don't know what that little girl was going to do. Because kids don't have fear of consequence nowadays. They think they're untouchable. That nobody can do anything because they're kids. Big problem.
In other words, not a knife that you fold
Right.
out. It's a knife with the blade attached, and it's not foldable. But we'll find out. That's a really good point. You know, isn't it interesting, Lisa Herrick, how one small fact can change the terrain, the topography of a case? Because if he shows up like a knife, for instance, out of the Brian Koberger case, a fixed blade army knife, right? A military style knife with a sheath, that's much more menacing and much more of an implicit threat to commit a crime as opposed to a foldable penknife. You're absolutely right. I want to get back to the bond hearing. I want to find out why the admitted stabber of an unarmed boy at a track meet, for Pete's sake, a high school track meet, has walked free.
Welcome, Josie. And good Friday to you as well, dear.
Listen to this.
Just before his bond hearing, Carmelo Anthony's family retains Mike Howard, a Dallas criminal defense attorney. The change of attorney is announced by the Next Generation Action Network, a nonprofit that is supporting Carmelo Anthony. Howard represents Anthony in court as the defense seeks to have bond for Anthony lowered from $1 million to $150,000.
Prosecutors question Andrew Anthony, the father of the accused, why Carmelo Anthony should have his bond reduced when the family has already raised over $400,000 from a crowdfunding site.
So, Dave Mack, let me understand what was happening in the bond hearing. There was a huge bond set because this is a murder case. That's how it's being prosecuted. The defense wants a bond hearing at which a lot of questions are not answered, but it's their motion. They're the ones that file for a lowered bond. Now we find out at this hour, the family, Carmelo Anthony, the stabber's family, has raised nearly $450,000. So why do they need the bond reduced? I don't get it. Because if the bond is $1 million, what a defendant puts up is 10%. That's $100,000. They've got nearly $500,000 raised by the public for the defense, not for the funeral, not for the dead victim's family, but for the defense. So why, Dave, did they need a bond lowered if they've raised more than enough money to pay their own bond?
Actually, that was a question that came up during the bond hearing and was asked of Carmelo Anthony's father, Andrew. And Andrew Anthony said he does not have access to those funds. It's a very fine line here, Nancy, between what is truth and what is exact words. And technically, he does not have access to those funds himself. But according to what we've seen...
Wait, what are you saying? The family is give, send, go, right? GSG.
Yes.
So it's in their name. Why don't they have access to it?
His mother, Carmelo Anthony's mother, is on that account, and she would have direct access to that money. But
what are
Andrew
you?
Anthony is not.
Are you saying that with a straight face? You're saying
I am.
The dad and the son are in court saying we can't access the nearly $500,000, but my mom can, but she's not doing it, so lower my bond. Are you serious?
In the bond hearing, Carmelo Anthony's father is on the stand and is asked about the over $400,000 that in this give, send, go account. And he said, with a straight face, he does not have direct access to those funds. Now, Carmelo Anthony's mother, she is on the give, send, go account and does have access, but they didn't call her in the bond hearing.
How could a beautiful young first grade teacher be stabbed 20 times, including in the back, allegedly die of suicide? Yes, that was the medical examiner's official ruling. After a closed-door meeting, he first named it a homicide. Why? What happened to Ellen Greenberg? A huge American miscarriage of justice. for an
She was murdered.
in-depth look at the facts. See What Happened to Ellen on Amazon. All proceeds to the National Center for Missing.
Brother's aid, witnesses point out Anthony to a nearby middle school resource officer who chases the suspect down.
First, I froze for half a second. I didn't know what to do. And then I saw him about to fall. I went to go over there. I grabbed him. I see this stuff.
You were just seeing Austin's twin brother and his mother with our friend at the Will Kane Show over on Fox, joining me in all-star panel, making sense of the fact that a stabber killed an unarmed high school track star and has walked free. I've heard from the bond hearing about how the stabber's family needs to, quote, survive.
Now they're saying the knife was a cleat sharpener. Okay, so if it was thrown, then they would be able to pick it up and find and show exactly what it is, right? So, okay. I guess that's going to come out in the trial too.
Look in the back chat when you get a chance.
Okay, so we have the full police report then. Good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll check that out here next, guys.
How they need more money in addition to the nearly $500,000 they have raised online. But Dave Mack, I've heard very little about what the victim's family has endured on top of their son being murdered, with his twin brother trying to stop the flow of blood. In addition to that, we now know there have been attacks on the victim's family, and the victim, Austin Metcalf's mother's home, was swatted. What happened?
Nancy, it's almost like a media blackout when it comes to the victim's family. At 8 o'clock at night, SWAT, they get a 911 phone call giving the address of Austin Metcalf's mother and saying somebody has been shot in the mouth. And this person stays on the phone for an extended period of time until SWAT can get out to the residence. They surround it. They build up a whole blue shield around the home. They're trying to get in touch with Austin's mother, Megan, and they can't get her on the phone. Well, her phone isn't working right now. SWAT didn't know if she had been killed. They didn't know if there were people inside the house. They sent a drone inside this house that has been swatted, Nancy, to go through every little thing. And of course, they didn't find anybody in there, and they were able to clear the home. This is how this family is mourning, going through police, coming in thinking they're being held against their will and being trashed.
Okay, let me understand, Dave Mack. You're talking about Austin Metcalf, the dead boy, his family, his mother's home was swatted. Someone calls police, an anonymous tipster, and says a victim has been shot in the mouth inside the home.
You have that 100% correct.
Maybe I'm projecting, but I recall when my fiance.
Okay, so let's to clarify something. Tomboy says that our friend's son played with Austin until last year when he transferred schools. Said that Austin and his brothers were sweet kids who would stand up for anything he thought was right, which does not state that they were racist, correct? Because that was something that the supporters of Anthony were saying that there was a racism thing there, so on and so forth. And I didn't see it nor hear it anywhere. So I do not believe that was a fact, folks. But that was supposedly part of the whole defense, is that he was being racist and Carmelo had to defend himself, so on and so forth, which I'm calling the bullshit card on. That's all. So.
Fiance was murdered. I couldn't even think straight. I could barely form words. I felt like just howling like an animal. And this is a mother whose son, a twin, has been stabbed dead, who bled out in the rain at a track meet, and someone swats her home. I don't understand. Douglas Griffin joining me, senior police officer, president of the Houston Police Officers Union. That's saying a lot. 29 years on the gang task force. You've seen it all.
She's so rude sometimes, I swear.
Douglas Griffin, how is it that the victim's family has somehow become the bad guys in this scenario?
I really don't understand it. There's so many questions to this case that you sit there and look at it and go, how did this happen? You have an individual that
It is.
goes
Welcome,
to the
JK.
wrong tent, not even his school. To me, it's almost like he intended to start something somewhere in there.
There it is. Thank you. That's exactly what I've been trying to say. Bingo. You don't go to the school, guys. Here's the point that I'm trying to make with all this. The premeditation in this, in my opinion, okay? You don't go to this school. In turn, from my track meets, from my school, I wasn't in track. I played football, but still, any sports events, each school has a different side that they belong to, okay? They stay on their side. Each side has their own side they stay to. So with Carmelo going into the tent on the opposing school, knowing you're not there, you're not supposed to be there, period. End of story. He did it on purpose, in my opinion. Okay? To start some shit, period. That's how I'm going to look at it. And he was ended up in the girl's face, and Metcalf stood up for the girl, got in between him, and got stabbed. This is, in my opinion, why I believe that this was an intentional situation with Anthony. And you took a weapon with you on purpose. Come on. Excuse me. Sorry. It makes no sense, but other than what in my opinion, what I just claimed. Thank you so much, JK. God bless. We appreciate you.
Then on top of that, where are all the coaches and the teachers and the staff? These track events, there's people everywhere. And for this to end up the way it did is just a tragedy, and it should never have happened. And I'm still dumbfounded by the fact that he was able to get a knife into a school facility like that. And why would you have it in the first place? So there's a lot of questions here that we have to answer. We have to look at the way the school is set up, the way the tents were set up, and why it was so easy for him to pull a knife from a bag and stab a student like that.
You know, you brought up a really good point, and I haven't thought this aspect through. And that is why, Douglas Griffin, I would spend so much time with my investigator, Ernest, and go over and over all the facts. I guess I knew it, but it's staring me straight in the face. Carmelo Anthony, the stabber, the confessed stabber, if he hadn't confessed to it, and by the way, I believe it's been caught on video, which I'm getting to. He's not alleged. He confessed to it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. He walks into the tent during a track meet, carrying his bag with a knife in it. It's very clear. I mean, we've all been to high school football games and track events. It was lightly raining, so they have a tent. It's very clear whose tent is whose. There's the colors of the school on the tent. There's all the teammates from that school under the tent. They're all wearing their uniforms from that school. It may even have the school's name on the tent. So Carmelo Anthony, the stabber, walks into the tent with a concealed knife. Why? Just as you said, why would you go into the other side's tent with a knife if you were not looking for trouble? To Katie Barber joining me, content producer at mysanantonio.com, was the track event still ongoing? I take it that it was, since so many guys were still under the tent.
At the time of the stabbing, it was a rain delay. So everybody had taken a beat and they were waiting for the rain delay to be over when the fight first began.
So simply, that's a yes. The event was still ongoing. What does that mean to me? That means to me that there are going to be a lot of witnesses and everybody waiting for the rain delay to end. We're all huddled under that tent. There was no way that Anthony did not know he was going in the wrong tent. No way, with a knife.
100%.
I just wanted to clarify that. It's not like the track meet was over and everybody was gone and the only one sitting under there was Austin Metcalf, and that somehow Carmelo Anthony didn't know where he was going. No, he went into the other side's tent with a knife. Okay, Dave Mack, you mentioned that Austin's mother's home was swatted with someone saying someone had been shot in the mouth in the home. So police swarmed the place. What about threats on Austin's father?
He has been getting threats since this first began, by text messages, by phone calls. Nancy, this grieving father had a person show up at his house banging on the door, and he had to call police. He is under attack online, on everywhere you can imagine. And again, the scariest thing I can think of is somebody you don't know showing up at your address knowing who you are. And
this is what I don't understand is why are the victim's family being threatened? That's unbelievable to me. Absolutely unreal.
Exactly.
As if there's not enough that they're going through. Their child was the one that was killed. So why are you threatening the parents of the victim? That makes no sense to me whatsoever. This is insane.
that happened to him. I don't even know how you go to sleep at night knowing that people can find you and they're verbally violent towards you and you're the victim.
I just don't understand how this has gotten so backwards. Neither family is the bad guy. Carmelo Anthony's family, not the bad guy. The victim's family, certainly not the bad guy. So how has the victim's family turned into the scapegoat here? Why is the mom's house getting swatted? Why is the dad getting threats? People showing up, bamming on his door. This, in the last 72 hours, they have put their son in the ground. They have been to his funeral. I can't even imagine anything worse than that. I want you to listen to the dad, Jeff Metcalf, with Fox 4.
And his brother was holding him, trying to hold the blood in, and he passed. My son watched his brother die in his arms.
The father, Jeff Metcalf, describing the moment his son Austin was stabbed dead at a high school track meet. That from our friends at Fox 4 Dallas Fort Worth News. Please join us on our mission to find missing people. A mediator specializing in forensic psychology, Dr. John Delatorre. Dr. Delatorre, thank you for being with us. I have learned during the night that the father of Austin Metcalf stated that he feels forgiveness toward the killer and that he
okay, Tandy, thank you so much for joining us today. We'll see you soon, dear. Enjoy.
has actually been attacked because he felt forgiveness. He wanted to forgive, but I've learned through another source, he says he forgives Anthony, Carmelo Anthony, the stabber, as much for Anthony, but for himself, because he doesn't want to be consumed with hate. But what I don't understand is why people are attacking him for speaking about forgiveness and attacking the victim's family. What is happening, Dr. Delatorre?
I think when it comes to these individuals that are willing to co-opt the hate that Mr. Metcalf is trying to move past. Now, that's a strong man. His son just died. That's a strong man to say, you know what? I see that Carmelo Anthony is not a villain in this story. I don't want to hold hate in my heart. That's going to keep me down. My son, Austin, wouldn't want that. But there are other individuals who would say, no, you have to be angry. You have to be mad. And I'm going to show you what it means when you act mad. So they're trying to co-opt this tragedy, right? And make people understand that the only thing to feel is hate. And Mr. Metcalf doesn't want any of that. But because he doesn't want any of that, and these people expect him to feel it, they're now willing to target him for not feeling the way that they expect him to feel, the way that they want to feel.
With the family in mourning and trying to fight off personal attacks on the mom, the dad, the home, the job, we are learning in a probative development tonight that there is video of the stabbing. Listen.
They have collected video.
So it is video of the incident?
Yes, they have collected video.
Oh.
There is video of the actual stabbing?
There is video. There are several different videos that they verified.
That is from our friend.
I'm going to venture to say that there were cell phones available that everybody pulled out when the argument ensued. And then that means that there's proof of how it went down.
Most likely.
The hell? Rage baiting. Yes, I know what that is, Josie. The guy speaking for the family is a felon. The one at the presser, he's injured a baby by shaking and has, what the fuck? Are you serious? Excuse my language. I'm sorry, but oh, see, that gives me even more rage towards Jesus criminy. What is wrong with these people? Good God.
Friends at Next Generation Action Network. Okay, straight out to Katie Barber joining us, digital content producer, mysanantonio.com. Katie, what can you tell me about potential video of the stabbing?
It's the first time that we've heard about video so far in this case. There has been nothing in any of the police reports, interviews from police in the initial incident about any of this video. This is a very new development, and it'll be a really big.
There's our Molly girl. Good to see you, Molly. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're feeling better today, sis. I'm glad that you're here.
Hi, Molly.
In the case, if it can actually shed some light on the altercation itself and corroborate the details of.
You were just hearing Dominique Alexander, spokesperson for the Carmelo Anthony family, stating upon questioning, the question is, there is video of the actual stabbing, and Alexander responds, there is video. There are several different videos that they verified. Sounds like to me we'll find that not in the initial police report, but in a supplemental report, which details the investigation once the original police report is taken. I mean, think about it. Think about it, Lisa Herrick. In this day and age, with everybody watching Law and Order and every other crime story, crime TV or TV series or movie, they want DNA. They want a video. There may very well be video of this stabbing event.
What's up, Alicia? You said never mind. What's going on? Texas law prohibits the unauthorized possession of weapons, including firearms, at school events, regardless of location. Now, oh, okay. Be careful out there, Tomboy. Thank you. Yeah.
You're fine, Kim.
Thank you, Josie. Thank you, Josie.
I'm trying to do some digging for him on this.
Thursday, led by Dominique Alexander, the head of the Next Generation and activist group seeking Anthony's copy paste from News Article. Thanks. Yep, exactly, Eddie. Thanks, bud.
And that is very, very rare in a homicide prosecution. That may very well be State's Exhibit number 1. On the other hand, as you pointed out earlier with your observation regarding the knife, it could be the defense exhibit number 1. What will the...
Are you able to send it to me via email, Josie?
videos show. And I imagine, Lisa, that there's tons of video of moms and dads taking videos of what was happening. Some of my favorite videos I get of my twins is when they're on the sideline standing there, and I get a great shot of them. Also, a lot of my son's friends are involved in sports broadcasting, and they cover the entire event. There's a possibility that, for instance, like
First off, I don't know that they'd try him and put death penalty on him because he's still considered a minor, but he could be tried as an adult. Does Texas have the death penalty?
Oh, I believe so.
I think that, yeah, I'm pretty sure they do.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they do.
Isn't Texas all about the death penalty?
Yeah, pretty sure. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, she does bring. I was surprised it took her so long to bring the twins up. She usually does it. She usually does it pretty early on, but yes. Thanks, JK. I was pretty sure they had it. I just wanted to verify, but thank you guys.
Play on Sports or something that covers high school events, there's a very strong possibility that there is actual broadcast quality, for a high school anyway, video of this. This video could be coming from any number of sources, Lisa.
You're exactly right. It could be, potentially cell phone videos from parents or other kids, which, I would be a little more concerned about those because they could just be clips. They may not show the entire incident from beginning to end. But I would think if there is the kind of broadcast video that you're talking about, if that's just constantly rolling, that's going to be huge. It's going to be so valuable because it's one thing to hear from, maybe from Carmelo if he does testify or if his story is made in testimony at some point. It's one thing to hear his perspective, but it's a completely different thing to see it and to see the body language and to see who puts hands on whom first and where other people are.
Wait. Lisa Herrick. Putting hands on the stabber does not justify a mortal wound. For instance, you don't bring a gun to a fist fight. That's not self-defense under the law. So when Carmelo Anthony was being escorted out after he ran following the incident, after he threw away the murder weapon, he said, "This is self-defense, right? It's self-defense." No, just because I touch you or touch you by your shoulders or put my hand on your shoulder, you are not authorized under the law to stab me dead. It's like you take out a fly swatter and I shoot you dead with an Uzi. That is not self-defense under the black and white letter of the law. So these videos may support the defense. They may support the state. Now, what Carmelo Anthony said at the time, and the defense is stuck with this. You can't get away from statements made by the defendant at the time. He said he put his hands on me. I would like to find out what, if anything, that entailed. If it was more than just putting the hand on him, will that rise to self-defense? Probably not, because a weapon was used versus a fist fight or a touch. That is never self-defense under the law. And one other thing you mentioned, that there would be a problem with clips of what happened because it won't show the whole thing. Disagree. Even clips leading up to, during, or after are probative. A mom or a dad doesn't have to take the video of the whole incident for there to be a video that is contemporaneous with the stabbing. So I think all video clips or photos will come in, and it will be up to the lawyers to argue completion.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you that any video or like even you mentioned photos will be valuable. I think they'll be probative, and I do agree that they will most likely be admitted if this does go to trial. I think the most valuable videos that exist would show everything from beginning to end, just so there's nothing that's left out. There's nothing that would be misinterpreted. So nobody can say there's something that happened prior to the video rolling. We would know. We'd be able to see.
17-year-old football star is brutally stabbed to death at a high school track meet, and his accused killer has now been granted a lower bond.
The disinformation that is going online is hurting this case, and it has to stop. Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony did not know each other.
That from our friends at Next Generation Action Network. You are hearing the Anthony family spokesperson speaking, Dominic Alexander, but it's my understanding that it was from the Anthony camp originally that the stabbing was the result of bullying or some prior incident. Is that right, Dave Mack?
That is exactly what has been leaked out in the media, on social media in particular, Nancy. This was a spinning story from the very beginning because people were trying to justify why would anyone get stabbed at a track field and field event. And that's what they came up with. It has no basis in fact. It was just out there in the internet, and people ran with it.
So let's be clear. Katie Barber joining me from mysanantonio.com. There was no bullying by the victim to the defendant. In fact, they never even met each other. There's a photo online allegedly purporting to depict them together. That's a lie. That is misinformation. That's not true. Where did all of that come from? Who said that the victim was bullying the defendant?
I haven't seen an exact source for it, but it has definitely it's proliferated on social media.
We don't know the origin of bullying claims, but we hear the spokesperson for the Anthony family walking that back. There was no bullying leading up to the victim being stabbed dead. Joining me right now, Dr. Kendall Crowns, Chief Medical Examiner, Tarrant County, launching a brand new podcast, Mayhem in the Morgue. He is an esteemed lecturer at the Burnett School of Medicine at TCU. Dr. Kendall Crowns, while the formal autopsy has not been released, we are getting reports of the COD, cause of death. What have you learned?
From my understanding, it's a cause of death is a stab wound to the chest that involves the heart. And that, of course, would cause massive bleeding out after the heart is hit by a knife.
Is there any way his brother could have saved him? Because we know the twin brother raced over to Austin, held him in his arms as he was dying, and tried to stem the flow of blood.
No, there's nothing that he could have done. With the heart being involved by a stab wound, it's going to bleed out quite quickly within a matter of minutes. Even with his brother putting pressure on the chest, trying to stop the bleeding, he's still bleeding internally. The sac surrounding the heart, called the pericardium, is filling up with blood spilling into the chest cavity. His brother is not going to be able to be saved. Even if he had been stabbed in the hospital, it would have been difficult for them to have saved him.
And his brother was holding him, trying to hold the blood in, and he passed. My son watched his brother die in his arms.
From our friends at Fox 4 Dallas Fort Worth News. As Austin Metcalf's family endure a public memorial service and burying their teen boy, law enforcement warning the public about disseminating false information. Dr. Kendall Crowns joining me, Chief Medical Examiner, Tarrant County, and esteemed lecturer. Dr. Kendall Crowns, how would Austin's body have been preserved in a sense so there could be a viewing or an open casket funeral?
Well, the incisions made at autopsy, the Y-shaped incision on the chest, is covered up by the clothing, and that would also the wound to his chest from the stabbing would be sutured closed by the embalmers or the funeral home, and that would be covered up as well. So that's covered up with the clothing. The brain is removed during autopsies, so there's an incision made right behind the ear in the hairline, and it goes across the top of your head to your other ear. And that way, since it's in the hairline, it's covered up when the funeral home puts it back together. And also when the head's laid in the pillow, the incision line is covered up as well. So they can have an open casket without much problems.
As the victim's family is enduring unimaginable pain with the brutal stab death of their son, LE warning the public about misinformation. For instance, a fake account online alleging the stabbing was because of mutual combat and that Austin, quote, sucker punched Carmelo Anthony. We also understand claims that Metcalf smashed Anthony's phone into a bleacher. None of that has been proven. None of that. Also claims that the victim was high on drugs. That's absolutely not true. To Katie Barber, mysanantonio.com, what is the misinformation, the intentional propaganda being spread?
It's twofold. Most prominently is we have a fake post from the police chief of the Frisco Police Department, like you said, saying it was mutual combat, that Austin sucker punched him. But also this fake autopsy report about Austin circulating that says that his primary cause of death was actually a drug overdose and secondary cause of death being the stab wound to the chest. And it's not just drugs. It's not just one drug. They're saying it's Molly laced with fentanyl, which is unfortunately a really big problem. We've seen in Texas a number of students die of unintentional fentanyl overdose. So to have something like this circulate when we know that the autopsy report hasn't been released is not just harmful to the case itself, but also for the family.
MDMA. False reports that was in Austin's system. What more do you know, Dave Mack?
Well, Nancy, what we were able to infer from the press conference with Dominique Alexander is that there were stories, and these continue to circulate, that the two knew one another and were at a party together, and there was an altercation at said party. Didn't happen. There was another thing that they decided to meet up at the track meet to settle some score, but they were both actually on the roster of the track and field team for their respective schools. These are the types of things that are being floated out there irresponsibly by a number of people. There was actually another accusation that Austin Metcalf was a white supremacist who was attacking, willfully attacking Carmelo Anthony with no basis in fact, just put out there for all the world to see via social media. And until we start holding people responsible for this type of post, they're going to keep doing it, Nancy.
If you know or think you know anything about the stabbing death of this young man, Austin Metcalf, be it for the state or the defense, it doesn't matter. This is a procedure to seek the truth, regardless of what that truth is. If you know or think you know.
What a disaster. Like, see, everything. Social media has ruined so much shit, and it continues to it so often. So next up, guys, we actually show the... Hold on here. Son of a bucket neck. Don't ask me what I just said. I don't know. Okay, hold on. God bless America. It's hot here today. It's almost 80 degrees here, you guys. That is crazy. It's getting warm in here. So... Oh, wait a minute. Okay. I don't know if I can blow this up big enough to see it. Okay, so this is the police report, the arrest report. Good God. Let's see here. One second, guys. I'm trying to make this. Okay, let me see.
I'll put the individual pages in Discord. I did it in the mod chat. I didn't think to do it in yours.
Oh, okay. Well, I think I can get away with this and just scroll. You guys can see that there he is, 17, 5'9", 130 pounds. Section incident murder, state code murder. That's the charge. Okay. You said you can do them individually?
Yeah, they're already in your Discord.
Oh, well, poof. You're super quick. There they are. Lord. Thank you.
You're welcome.
There it is. This is the one I wanted to see. This is the incident report. This explains so that, instead of what's being put out on the internet, we can read it word for word. Oof. And it does blow up too. There we go. Hold on. What did I just do?
Oh, Lord, what did you do?
Oh, no, it's all right. Don't worry about it. I got it now. You throw this over here. There we go. We're good, guys. Okay.
Except you're not presenting it, so
Yes, I am.
I can't see it.
You can't?
You are now.
I'm slow, remember? There we go, guys. So,
That's like the last page. The
I see that
top
now.
corner's just
They must have been backwards when I grabbed it. Hold on, you guys. I'm sorry.
yeah, it takes a little bit. But it's not hard.
Don't make fun of me.
I was talking to Kim. She was laughing and said, I'm trying to figure out your Discord. My crafting Discord is like kindergarten compared to yours.
Where's page 1? That's 5.
Probably the last one.
2. Okay. I found it.
Page
It is.
1 has his picture.
Yep, you were right. Last one. Anyway, sorry, you guys. I never claimed to be the brightest crayon in the box.
I don't know why it posted him like that, because
It was weird. I don't know. We're good. All right. At 10:01 hours, I stand Staley School Resource Officer E. Cortez heard over the radio dispatch about a stabbing at David, whatever that name stadium was. Call notes indicated the athlete was stabbed. Suspect reported as being a black male wearing a gray hoodie and blue sweatpants. I immediately left my office, ran across Staley Middle School parking towards the southwest entrance to the stadium. As I entered the stadium, 2 high school age students informed me that the victim was on the north end of the stadium by the bleachers under a Memorial High School tent. I did not identify these students, and I have a picture of the tent as well. Next, I proceeded towards the north end of the stadium visitor side. As I got closer to the north end, I could see the Memorial Stadium tent with multiple individuals under the tent. Once they arrived onto the north side bleachers, an adult male who was on the track pointed out the suspect. I was not able to identify that witness. The individual that was pointed out to me was a black male wearing gray hooded sweatshirt and dark colored Nike pants. The suspect at this point was on, hold on, I got to change it. The track on the north end. Sorry for the delay, guys. There was a chain link fence that separated me from the suspect. I gave the suspect instructions to keep his hands up in the air. During this time, the suspect said verbally out loud, I was protecting myself. I don't know why I had to put like a turn on that, but anyway. It should be noted that I had not questioned him about the incident when he made the comment. I asked him if he had any weapons. He said no. I patted him down for weapons while we were walking along a fence, and I did not locate any on this person. I instructed the male to continue walking along the fence, which he complied. Towards an area where there was an opening in the fence that led off the track. While walking him off the track, the suspect also said he put his hands on me. I then detained the suspect in handcuffs. behind his back and had him sit down on the ground. Officer Ricci had arrived on scene at that time. I conducted another pat down of this person, then searched this person. After he gave me consent, no weapons were located while the suspect sat on the ground. I advised that I had the alleged suspect. Suspect then responds and says, "I am not alleged. I did it." Jesus. Next, Officer Ricci and I walked the suspect to patrol vehicle 2412. This is Officer Ricci's patrol vehicle, which is on the northeast gate of the stadium. As we were walking to the car, the suspect was emotional and said he put his hands on me. I told him not to. I did not question the suspect about the incident while he was escorted to the patrol vehicle. I searched this person once again and had him sit in the back seat, driver's side of the patrol car. While the suspect was in the back seat, I noticed fresh blood on his middle finger. I verbally acknowledged that I saw the blood out loud so that it would be captured on my body camera. It should be noted that the suspect asked me, is he going to be okay while I was in the back seat. I then identified the suspect. He provided his name and date of birth verbally as Carmelo Anthony, black male with a date of birth of blank, 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 which I ran through FPD dispatch. Officer Hancock arrived at scene, remained with me and suspect at this point. Carmelo was then checked via a school database for FISD students to also confirm his identity. The identifying information he provided matched the individual I had put in custody, Carmelo Anthony. Next, I was advised Sergeant Holland to transport the suspect to the Frisco PD jail. Officer Hancock and I transported him to the FPD jail. Again, I did not question Carmelo about the incident. Upon arriving at the Frisco jail, Carmelo was escorted to the intake. FPD jail staff changed him out into jail attire. I remained with the jail staff the entire time that he was changed over. The clothes that Carmelo was wearing were placed in the FPD paper evidence bag. The clothes remained in my possession from his point on. Carmelo being placed into a jail cell, I continued to keep possession of his clothes. I returned to my patrol along with Hancock, which was the FPD Sally Port. In the FPD Sally Port, and placed Carmelo's clothes in the back trunk area. I drove patrol 2412 out of the Sally Port and parked the squad car in the FPD parking lot. Carmelo's clothes remained in the trunk area of 2412. FPD crime scene technician Kay Dillard then took possession of the clothes. I added my body-worn camera to the case. I have no further information to report. Now this just explains what Officer Ricci responded. This is hers, I guess, supplemental. And I'm trying to read down here. I arrived on scene. As I approached the crowd, saw Officer Cortez kneeling down next to a black male wearing a gray hoodie. I'm trying to see if it was stated what they saw from the victim. None of that says that. So hold on. It was probably on the next one. About the victim, that's all.
I think it's
I'm going to look for, no, that's not it. Number 3. Okay. All right. Let's see. On Wednesday around dispatch. Okay. We know that already. Sergeant Otis was working 50 sector as a sergeant. He went in uniform with distinct patches badge. He was also in marked Frisco Department patrol chart. He was relatively close to the call, placed himself. Okay. Sergeant Otis walked up to the visitor bleachers and observed the victim being treated by Frisco Fire Department personnel, also the athletic trainers. The weather began to turn and it began to heavily downpour rain. At this time, some of the FISD staff moved to the memorial tent to cover the victim and the FFD personnel. Sergeant Otis began using his city-issued phone to snap crime scene photos to preserve as much of the scene as possible due to the weather and large gathering of people that were involved in the incident. Okay, so that's all, neither here nor there. And the large gathering of people that were involved in the incident, others began to set up a crime scene with tape moving along the essential personnel out of the immediate area. The officers on scene were informed that the knife that was used was tossed and was still believed to be somewhere close. Eventually, one of the witnesses said they remember seeing it on the bleacher still. Officer Schowles was able to locate the knife, and it was located between rows 9 and 10. So this is a knife. They've said knife multiple times in this. It's a knife.
Yep.
that was used, was tossed, was still believed to be okay. The rain began to come down heavily, determined so and so. Okay, I'm just trying to get past all this nonsense stuff. During the download, initial photos formatting when compatible. Okay. So let's move on to page 6. I think Mama Bear said. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so as other officers worked the scene, I was asked to respond to the stadium's medical room area to keep the following high school students witness separated until detectives could speak with them. There's a bunch of names redacted. While with them, I was told to take their cell phones from them and later turned them over to Sergeant Bissonette. After being relieved, I was asked to make contact with all FISD athletes that had been placed on the school buses below as a list of students who identified themselves as witnesses of the stabbing of Austin Metcalf. So there's all these people that witnessed this happen. Okay. That's a lot. So I'm sure there's not going to be any problem as to the story as to what happened. Do you guys see this, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just making sure. So it's not really given much as to what they saw, but this is how many people here.
That is somewhere.
Maybe it's the next one. Hold on.
Because it talked about the body bag and everything.
Is it this one here? Yeah, okay. Justin Newton responded to Texas Health Plano to assist with this case. I was tasked with the meeting of the ambulance at the hospital. I arrived prior to the ambulance, waited for them to arrive. They arrived at 10:46 hours with the victim, who was brought into Trauma Bay for treatment. At 10:53 hours, Dr. Chow pronounced Austin deceased. Once he was pronounced, staff stopped treatment and disconnected cords and tubes from the machines without removing anything from the body itself. While on scene, I took possession of clothing worn by Austin and maintained possession of the items until CSI Dillard took them from me. While on scene, Officer Landon requested assistance in lifting the sheets off the body to take photos. I then placed the sheets back in complete. When complete, I stood in the room for security while Officer Landon, Officer Hernandez, and CSI Dillard took additional photos. At one point, they rolled the body and removed shorts. Hold on a minute.
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
Just in case, you guys. Remove shorts. Where was I? From Austin, which were bagged and stayed in my custody until CSI took them. At 13:24 hours, family was allowed into the scene to view the body. I was informed by staff and officers they would be allowed to touch the head and feet of Austin, which they did. At 13:37, nurses from the hospital bagged Austin's in a body bag. At 15:15, the transport service for medical examiner arrived and took possession of the body. God, it's so sad. They make it so impersonal. I mean, I know how it is, but it just takes the, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's sad. It is. That's pretty much it, you guys, as far as that stuff goes. I'm sure there'll be an autopsy report that'll be released at some point, but he is a juvenile, so I don't know that we'll see or hear that. There's going to be a trial, and I'm going to follow the trial. That's for sure. So yes, we will follow that. And then this here, so everybody understands where they were at when this all went down. This is the type of a tent. This is where it all happened, okay? It's obvious that this is not Anthony's tent. It has the name all over it. There's no way to mistake that. And from my understanding, like I said, in sport events, you know, there's either, if there's a track, one team's on one side, one team's on the other side, or they're at dual ends of the track, okay? So there's no mistaking where somebody belongs if you're on one side or the other. That's all there is. So, yeah, it's like a pop-up tent, one of those canopy things. Let me check something else here, you guys, that I think I got an email that I can give you a little more info of what we had just found out. Oh, I'm sure there's going to be a plea deal. He said, no lie. Of course. I mean, this is just blatant murder. There's no two ways about it. There's no self-defense from what I can tell. There's no nothing. Okay. And I still feel that there's a premeditation to this by, first off, taking the knife with you. Secondly, taking the time to walk from your tent to another tent purposely to go in there for what reason? It's not your school. You're not friends with these people. Why did you go into the tent? With intent to cause trouble, in my opinion. So, again, my opinion. Nobody has to agree, and I clearly understand and respect others' feelings on it, but that's what my opinion is on that. Did you send me that something, Josie, via email or no?
Yeah, she did.
I don't see it yet.
She said, at True Crime, the link you want to look at is the last one in that email.
I don't even have an email from her yet.
Do you look in spam?
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I think I did find it. I'm looking for I'm looking for Josie. That's
Yeah.
not what it was. I found it.
No.
Thank you, Joes. Cool name, by the way. I always like that name. Hold on a minute here. Okay, so this is interesting too. Hang on.
Hello, Be Real.
All right. Yes, Dominique Alexander, that's the speaker we saw on the press conference, the one that was pissing everybody off. Dominique Alexander has a documented criminal history. He was convicted in 2011 for felony injury to a child stemming from a 2009 incident where he admitted to shaking a 2-year-old, causing serious injuries. He received probation, which he violated multiple times, leading to a 5-year prison sentence in 2016. Though he served only a short time due to credit for time served, Alexander has also faced convictions for theft, forging a check, evading arrest, making a false report in 2019. He was arrested and indicted on felony family violence charges, which were dismissed in 2021 after the complainant declined to participate. Additionally, he pleaded guilty to a theft charge in Denton County in 2021, receiving a 2-day jail sentence. Yeah, this is who I would want to be representing me in my situation.
2-day?
Jesus,
what's the
God.
point?
Stupid shit. Yep. Dominique, ashamed of nothing, offended by everything. Amen to that, bro. Great statement, Eddie.
Hello, Caroline.
Carolyn Prestige. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Yeah, so this is an idiot. And these people probably should have looked into him a little bit more before allowing him to speak for them, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. Unbelievable. Wow. So very sad. This is such a sad thing. I never really put a lot into this as far as talking about it, so I wanted to cover it today and give them as much as I could on it to show you guys what's going on with it, and that there's more than just what happened. There's a lot going on with this right now. Also, where did it go? Thanks again for that, Josie. I wanted to show a little something that was sent to me via email about this. One moment.
Hello, Meg.
Okay, we're getting there, guys. There's been more than one of these two. Now I'm just going to show bits of this real quick, just to show you what has been put out about this. I can't verify if this is true or not, but this person saying that it has been verified. This is where the everybody's flipping out about online about this. Okay, so hold on. This comes from Officer Tatum, the Officer Tatum channel. All right.
Man, justice for my dog. Website coming soon. You gotta tap in, man. Yeah.
I hope that black people understand this. When you are out here making a merch site, doing a GoFundMe for a kid that killed somebody, and won't do a merch site and a GoFundMe for a kid that was killed by somebody, you headed down the wrong mother freaking path. Because this has a lot of flavor. The Cabanero, which is a spicy hinge on it, and not have to organic corn, 4 or 5 ingredients in Tatum. For this is verified. This is going to be today. All right, let's get to
Okay, this is the part I want you guys to see.
Carmelo Anthony's family doing the most. Now, I don't know if this is verified. This is going to be the difference between me and other people that you follow. They'll just go off the hook and just say all this stuff is true. I don't know. I can't verify what their situation is. I just know it's rumored, and these rumors don't look good for them, that they got this GoFundMe money, which, to be honest,
by the way, I put his link in chat. I follow this guy. He does some really good stuff. I always enjoyed him. He's about the most honest I can find in relation to this stuff. So I just wanted you guys to see it from his point of view. And he clearly states he can't verify just as much as I can either. But just saying.
The judge didn't have to lower the bond amount because they got $500,000, which would probably be enough collateral.
Oh, yeah, Eddie, we're coming back here later to talk about that, buddy. So I hope to see you then, too.
Thanks, SRB.
To bond him out. So they have the means to accomplish the $1 million bond. So for them dropping the bond of $250,000 was extremely low and unnecessary. Let's move forward. We see that they raised $500-some-thousand. It's going to go up more and more. We get closer to the trial. And if he takes this to trial, it's probably going to get more and more. There's going to be more and more money coming in because the people of the melon are silly as a mother. I bet you $1 million. Most of the people that funded this are black.
Anthony's family. This is BLM. This is what the black community does. This is what our pastors do. This is what they do, right? And so the family of Carmelo Anthony are still raising money. They got the bond reduced to $200,000, kept the rest of the money, moved into a mansion, right? So if you are so-called threats, why do you have to move in an $800,000 a year house? A house worth $800,000? Because it's Black Lives Matter all over again. Remember how Black Lives Matter stole all the money from the Black community, raised over $50 million, and then disappeared, and they were investigated for fraud and exposed by Candace Owens? Well, that's exactly what his family is doing off the backs of dumb ignorant Black people who are full of racism, hate, and are so blinded by that they're willing to send money to a cause that they shouldn't be sending money to. It's BLM all over again.
And I'm telling you this, and I said it 100 times in a row. If Carmelo Anthony would have did this to another Black kid, neither one of them would have got a GoFundMe. None of them. They wouldn't have supported.
That is absolute fact. I do absolutely agree with this man on this. This is why I like this guy. He brings facts, period.
Supported Carmelo Anthony, and they definitely wouldn't have supported the person who died. Nobody got a GoFundMe. You want to bet me? Find me a GoFundMe where a Black kid stabbed another Black kid, or a Black kid killed another Black kid. They'll break a GoFundMe record if they GoFundMe all these young brothers that get killed by other brothers. It will never happen. These silly people of the melanin that are secretly racist and they hate white people. Go look at the GoFundMe link. Go look at his GoFundMe comments. What are they saying? They hate white people. They glad he did this. This is revenge. Let me explain this to you, because this is how I used to think. When they see a white kid, when you Black in America and you grew up in the hood, or you grew up anywhere in a prominent Black neighborhood, most of the time, not all the time, people different. Most of the time, you have an underlying hatred towards white people. Therefore, when something happened to a white person, your whole mindset is, they did this to us, that's what they get. We used to be slaves. I don't care what happened to white people. They beat us. So when one of us killed them unjustifiably, it don't matter, because they kill us all the time unjustifiably. So we kill one of them unjustifiably, what's the problem? They privileged. They got it anyway. The white man always got this. Look at the vitriolic theology of, I would say, the average Black person in America. Oh, he gonna get unjust in the justice system. He gonna get listen, he's gonna get treated poorly in the justice system. Yet they took his bond amount from $1 million to $250,000. Oh, what happened to? He's gonna not have justice. To me, he got more than justice. They went up and beyond and lower his bond amount. But okay, let's get to the stuff that they talking about. So allegedly, Carmelo Anthony's family is now renting a $900,000 house in a gated community because they're claiming that they're getting death threats. Listen, I didn't move my house because people say crazy stuff to me on the internet. Are there credible death threats? Now, moving into a $900,000 house, what does your original house look like? Because if you're in a $10 million house and you move to a $900,000 house, that's not a big deal. If you got a Ferrari, you got a Rolls Royce, you got a Bentley in your front yard, and you bought a $150,000 Escalade, we ain't got nothing to talk about. But if the house you are renting is...
Amen to that, bro. That's absolute fact. MSM is complicit in spreading this hate. MSM has blood on their hands, 100%. You can preach that 100 times, Eddie. That's a
better and bigger than the house that you actually live in. If you then went and bought a $150,000 Escalade, which is nicer than the cars that you currently own, we got a problem. No, we don't have a problem. You got a problem. Because you essentially are showing the world that people of the melanin literally live in a perpetual grift. And I'm not saying it's everybody. What happened at Black Lives Matter? Patrice Cullors living in a perpetual grift. This is the biggest money laundering scheme that ever happened in American history from a nonprofit related to activism. They had enough influence, enough revenue, enough companies in a headlock to garnish hundreds of millions of dollars. And what did they do with the money? I want to say it, but I'm a Christian. These women are buying houses, buying up real estate, flipping houses, in white neighborhoods. And now you see a situation where you got Carmelo Anthony's family allegedly buying Escalades and moving into these nice houses in the gated community after their son killed somebody. And he did it, if you ask me, this was malicious. And if the kid was white and he killed a black kid, they would be screaming to hang him and that he's a racist and it was malicious and he did it on purpose and he hoped every black man die. But when a black kid do it, somehow it's this knee-jerk reaction to say they wrong about him. I'm gonna play these clips in a minute. They're just photos. I went to Paul Laurence Dunbar High School. I've driven by Paul Laurence Dunbar High School. It's named after the famous black poet Paul Laurence Dunbar in the hood. I've driven by there.
Listen, guys, I'm going to share his link again. If you guys are interested in what he's saying and you like him at all, please go subscribe to him. Check him out. I promise with this stuff, he speaks facts, he speaks truth, and he comes real with everybody, and I love this guy. I followed him in a lot of different things, especially stuff like this, because he comes correct with everything, and I love it. So there's his link. Go check him out. Please and thank you. Give him a like, a share, and say, hey, we were sent here because of what you talk about, whatever you want to say to him, whatever it is. But I would recommend subscribing to him. I love everything he talks about. So
lately, it don't look as bad as it was when I went there. And I feel like it wasn't as bad as it was before I went there. I mean, it was worse before I went there. So the school has progressively gotten a little better, in my opinion. But even going to a hood school where dudes pull guns on each other in the parking lot. I remember one of my teammates carried a gun to practice every day because he was a gangbanger and he feared for his life. So he carried his gun to practice every day. Now, as a rational person, not one time did I think it makes sense to take a knife to a track meet. The question that I think will be posed to Carmelo Anthony, they're definitely not going to have him testify. I think he's going to do a plea deal. If he knows what's best for him, he needs to plead to manslaughter and do 5-10 years in prison and be done with it. If he go to trial, he's going to get dang near his whole life in prison. The question that is going to come up in the hearing, or they're going to come up in the court proceeding if they go there, is why did you take a knife to the track meet? What was your intentions with the knife being in your bag at the track meet? You don't need a knife to run the 400-meter dash, the last time I checked. When you run the relay, they pass the baton. They don't pass knives to each other. So what do you need a concealed knife in your bag at a track meet for? Why? That is an uphill battle to climb. You're afraid. You're in fear. If you're afraid or in fear, then that means that you shouldn't have went there anyway. Or that means that you took it because you plan to use the thing. I can go down the list and keep getting mad. Give me the other video or the other photo. Breaking news, a merch site. Oh my God. Is this it right here?
And you know what it is. Tweet A, tapping in. Anybody who for me, for my music, you gotta with Carmelo Anthony, man. Just for my dog. Website coming soon. You gotta tap in, man.
And this, to me, is probably one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. This kid just murdered somebody, and you're selling merchandise with his face plastered on it, screaming for justice on his shirt. Are you serious? How is this even? No. This is not good at all. Okay, not at all.
So they didn't just let me explain this. I'm not trying to be superfluous. So they just launched a merch site to support Carmelo. I'm giving you guys the most honest take on the internet. If this was my son and I thought he was done wrong and I thought he was innocent, yeah, of course I would do everything they doing. The problem is what it appeared to have happened is egregious. This is not a kid that's a good kid. Maybe he's a good kid that's at a track meet minding his business and a bunch of white boys jumping and he stabbed one of them. This is not that scenario. It appears to me, based on the totality of circumstances, that he was in the wrong. That boy took somebody's life. They ain't never gonna get their kid back.
And he admitted to it. He sat right there, looked at the officer and said, it's not alleged. I did it. And then claimed self-defense. No.
Ever. Because somebody else's kid took a knife to a track meet and decided that he was going to sit under somebody's tent. And when asked to leave, he said, no, I'm going to kill you if you touch me. That's essentially what he said. I don't. That's like saying you touch me and I'm gonna kill you. That's his actions is represented what he said. Is touch me and see what happened.
Bingo. Thank you, Alicia. Where are the t-shirts with Austin's face? That's what this family should be doing. Supporting the victim that their child murdered, in my opinion. And helping in any way they can.
Yeah, because funerals aren't cheap.
100%. If this was my child that did this, all that money that was just raised on the GoFundMe would go right to the family. Here you go. I know this doesn't bring your child back. I'm so very sorry that this happened, but maybe this will help you to be able to bury your son. That's what I would do. Okay? That's not what's happening as we see.
Touch me and I'm gonna reach in his bag and stab you in the heart and kill you. Not if y'all jump me, but if you touch me, I'm gonna kill you. But I'm wrong though. I'm up under somebody's tent. Let me just add this real quick. Black people, the ones who are like this, not the ones who like me and they got a common sense. I'm talking about the ones who think this is okay. Do you realize that you are headed down a path of destruction that can never be recovered? I hope that Black people understand this. When you are out here making a merch site, doing a GoFundMe for a kid that killed somebody, and won't do a merch site and a GoFundMe for a kid that was killed by somebody, you headed down the wrong mother freaking path. When you go to a Planned Parenthood more than anybody else, when your communities are failing and ratchet as a mother, when the education system in the inner city communities, primarily in Black communities, are dismal, when y'all voting at 90% for one candidate and still lost in a landslide victory, historic landslide victory, when your murder rate amongst intraracial conflict is far beyond anybody else's, when the incarceration rate is where it's at, when the obesity rate, heart disease, diabetes, you name it, is running rampant amongst African Americans in this country, when you got all this going against you and you think this okay, if you don't change, you are going to be irrelevant. Show me a post, show me a video of white people doing this. I ain't never seen it. Does it exist? I don't know. I've never seen it. Every time a Black person do something they ain't supposed to do, they doing GoFundMes. I can't find a white person that done. Find me a Mexican person that did that. Show me a Mexican kid that killed somebody like this and they GoFundMe for him. Show me a white kid where a white kid killed somebody and they doing a GoFundMe for him. In an egregious way like this was. And some of these knuckle draggers are going to say, Kyle Rittenhouse? You talking about the kid who was standing to protect the property from people looting and burning it, and then he gets chased down by an adult that's much older than him, that's actually was a pedophile, chased him down, tried to take his right. He ran, he fled, he tried to flee for his life. The guy catches up to him, tried to grab his gun, took one to the chest or the head. One, I think he got him in the head. Then Kyle ran for help where the police at with his gun in his hand. Some dude tripped him up, he falls, he tried to hit him with a skateboard, he took a shot to the chest. Then, ladies and gentlemen, drum roll, then another guy pulled a gun on him like this, and he shot his bicep off. And you comparing that to him? The ignorance of.
There's absolutely zero comparison, folks. None.
Yeah.
This is why I love Officer T. He's the shit. He brings truth, he brings facts, and he don't care who thinks what. So there it is. It shows it, that they're looking to move into this home for security purposes because it's in a better area and a better situation for them. They didn't deny it. You didn't hear the parents deny it. You heard Big Mouth up there deny it. Okay? We'll see. I'm going to finish this up and move on, and we're move on towards the end of this.
Of Black folks is crazy to me. And I tell you what, people always say, Brandon, you always talking bad about Black people. I think Black people have so much potential. Black people are so resourceful when they want to be. Black people dominate entertainment. The funniest comedians are Black comedians, in my opinion. The best music artists are Black music artists. in my opinion. The best gospel Christian singers are black. They can sing. Nobody can sing better than Marvin Winans. Nobody can sing better than Marvin Sapp's. I could go down the list. What's my girl? I can't think of her name right now. But nobody can sing better than her. But why do we have such talent and abilities and all of it, and we squander it? I just don't get it, man. Our top politicians who represent black people are all the dumbest people in politics. They're the dumbest people. You got like 5 of them that make sense, and they're all Republicans. The Democrats they're terrible. They're dumb. They are even though they're educated, they ain't got no common sense. They shiesty. They grifting. It's very sad. I'm gonna get off my soapbox about black folks, but merch, a new car, $443,000 GoFundMe. They need security. They don't need security, bro. They don't need security. This is just when black people come up on some money. This reminds me of black people I know that come up on some money and they got to do this extra stuff because they got $500,000 or something in their bank account. You know what else they're gonna do? They're gonna sue the police department for violating Carmelo Anthony's civil rights. They're gonna try to sue the police department for some type of offense against Carmelo Anthony because they overcharged him or something. They're gonna try to find a way to sue for some civil rights bullcrap so they can make even more money. Now, I don't know these people. I don't know this to be true. It just seems like with what I'm watching and how things are unfolding, that this is grifty. It's grifty. They see a money train. They see it. All right, let's go on. Who is this Dominic Alexander? Let's look into this real quick. This was on my chart. So shout out to Jordan for doing it. Before we get to Pastor, let's go to this picture. Dominique Alexander is the CEO and founder of Next Generation Action Network. That's that fool I put on the thing. I like what he had to say at first. I was like, okay, man, there's nothing wrong with you standing up for a young brother in the community. It ain't nothing wrong for you making sure people have justice. Then the fool jumped off a cliff talking about Kyle Rittenhouse and white people and black people don't get justice and all this other stuff. Then he jumped off the cliff. Let's look at this real quick. The known for his activism and involvement in social justice cases, including public support of Carmelo Anthony, which is this guy here, Dominique Alexander. According to the research that we've done, he got a criminal history. He got a criminal record. Am I tripping? I think that's what I'm reading. His criminal record includes injury to a child in 2011. Pled guilty to causing injury to his girlfriend's 2-year-old son. Originally received 10 years probation. Probation was revoked in 2016 due to violations. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison. Theft and forgery charges in 2017, charged with felony theft in Denton County, charged enhanced due to a past forgery conviction. Pled guilty, served 2 days in jail. Domestic violence allegations, arrested and indicted for family violence against longtime partner. Partner later recanted, saying he did not hurt or threaten her. Charges were dismissed in 2021. Other legal issues, past convictions include evading arrest and falsifying a police report. They couldn't pick a brother that don't have a criminal record. I know everybody make mistakes, my man, but one of your mistakes is in 2017. Was it 2017? Let me make sure my numbers are right. 2017. The domestic violence accusations was in 2019, which I take it at face value. The woman said he didn't do it. Sometimes they do it, but they feel bad. They don't want to go to jail, and they say, hell, he didn't do it now. Regardless of that, no conviction. It might as well not count. But 2017, felony theft charges, pled guilty to. And this is the person that's going and defending another black man. This is why I don't get it. You couldn't find a black man without a criminal record. You got to find a black man to have an organization.
I'm going to tell you how this happened. I'm going to tell you this man, when he saw this on the news, this guy put on his Nike running shoes and ran to this family as fast as he could. I'm going to represent you, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to take care of this. I'm going to handle it all. I'm going to put your stuff. I'll get you everything you need. That's what people like this do, okay? That's what he did with his organization because he saw dollar signs and he saw the ability to run his mouth. He absolutely did. Yes, he did, Alicia. He ran like lightning to this. That's how this happened, and that's why he's there. They were overcome with probably everything going on, had no idea. He told them, you're a black family. You're going to be stepped on. You're not going to be handled right. Your son's going to be destroyed in jail, blah, blah, blah. All these things. And he said, I can handle it all. You ain't got to do nothing. Just stand back and let me do this. That's what he does every time.
Where this dude got a criminal history of theft and violence and all kind of stuff. And that's the person that you're going to stand next to your son to represent your son who killed somebody.
All right. Thank you, Officer T. I love that channel. I love that guy. You guys got to check him out. If you have not yet, subscribe. Please do. Anyway, moving on. It's a huge mess, folks, as these cases always are. Oof. Sorry. Yeah, he is. He's another whatever Dominique guy, whatever his name is. He's another well, a dirty version of Al Sharpton. I'll put it that way. Sticking your nose where people don't ask you to, speaking up for people that don't ask you to, all that kind of stuff. And because of what you see, they do it because of what they see they can gain from it, in my opinion. And it's a horrible situation. It really is. Yeah, and it was stated already, but through another video that Carmelo was placed on house arrest, right? When he was released, and that he's already violated that at some point somehow. So just leave it at that. You'll know what you guys know what's coming down the road with this situation. You really do. What a disaster and mess. Let's see here. Mama Bear. We got to laugh a little, guys. This has been a mess. This one, you guys are going to love this. You guys are going to love this. You're not going to believe some of these things we talk about. I told you guys that we were trying to change some of the things up in here so it's not always all bad news, so on and so forth. So this one's quite interesting. Ohio. It's always in Ohio. This is where all the dumbasses, at least some of those dumbasses are in Ohio. There's good people here, but a lot of us dumbasses are in Ohio. Ohio man goes to prison after dialing the wrong number for a hitman twice. Anybody? Come on now. Desmond Ramsey thought he was leaving a voicemail with a hitman, but had mistakenly called a dumpster rental company. Cleveland, 50-year-old man who mistakenly left a voicemail. He left a voicemail. Who leaves a voicemail for a hitman? Come on. Come on. Do people really not have that much common sense? This is so stupid. He left a voicemail seeking a hitman to kill his adult son with a suburban dumpster rental company, was sentenced Tuesday to 18 months in prison. And he was going to kill his own child. Jesus. Desmond Ramsey, who used a cane and struggled to walk into Cuyahoga County Common Pleas Court, Judge David Mateus' courtroom broke down in sobs as sheriff deputies led him from the courtroom in handcuffs after the hearing. Matea imposed the maximum sentence after Ramsey pleaded guilty to aggravated assault, a fourth-degree felony tied to the October 13th at 22 messages. Ramsey was initially charged with 2 counts of complicity, which carried a potential life sentence. Ramsey said that he had been drinking heavily. That was smart. Gotten into a dispute with his son the night he made the phone calls and said he did not believe the plan would be carried out. That's my baby boy. Yoicks. He added, I would die before I'd let anything happen to my children. Ramsey believed that he was calling a friend who was a member of a motorcycle club, Assistant Cuyahoga County Prosecutor Zach Anderson said. Instead, he dialed the number of a budget dumpster company in Westlake and left 3 voicemails, Anderson said. Matea read the transcript of the messages aloud in court. First message said, Ramsey called his friend Jesse and referred to himself as Tommy, then named his son. It's a $5,000 hit on him, Ramsey said in the message. I don't give a F where he's at or what he's doing or who he be with. Kill that bitch. After leaving his second voicemail, that was blank, Ramsey left a third message asking his friend to call him back ASAP. It's business, he said. This ain't bullshit. The company's employees discovered the voicemail, showed up at work the next morning. Caller ID listed Ramsey's name and phone number. Matea, reading the court's pre-sentence investigation, said the company's vice president first called Cleveland police to report the voicemail. Matea said that Cleveland police were less than helpful and suggested the man reach out to the FBI field office in Cleveland. Matea said FBI was also less than helpful, so the employee called Westlake police. Westlake detectives used cell phone tower data to track Ramsey's phone and arrested him that day. Anderson said Ramsey admitted to detectives after his arrest that he made the call after detectives left the room. He said to himself that he was headed to jail for a drunk mistake, Anderson said. Anderson said investigators spoke to the man Ramsey meant to call, and he denied ever knowing of the plot. The man said he would never commit murder for hire, Anderson said. How stupid. How dumb do you have to be? Oh, that's my baby boy. I'm not going to hurt him. That ain't what he said in that message he left. Good God. This is business. Kill that bitch. Whatever he said. Jesus Christ. Thanks, Dad. Good God. These people
Only
are
in
insane.
Ohio.
Yes, only in Ohio, and I can claim that, folks, because we got some dingbats here. That's for damn sure. We got a couple more here. What's this one here? Yeah, here you go. Here you go. On March 7th of 2024, Andrew Joseph Chenoweth of Vinemount was released from the Morgan County Jail after remaining in custody for 568 days and 17 hours on burglary, possession, and traffic charges, right? Upon his release, Chenoweth proceeded to steal a vintage 2009 Ford Crown Victoria corrections vehicle from the parking lot. Good God. Stupid people.
Stupid
From
criminals.
the parking lot. A jail lieutenant happened to see this and was able to follow the vehicle and notify area units. The vehicle was quickly recovered on 6th Avenue in Decatur. Chenoweth was taken back into custody and transported back to the county jail. He is now charged with theft in first degree. Bond is $20,000. The stupid is real, folks. It is so real. I'm going to get out of jail after spending, how many days was he in there? Or 568 days.
Yeah.
And 17 hours. And let's walk out the door and you know what? I ain't got nowhere to go. I ain't got no bed. I ain't got no food. Pissed on. I'm going to steal a car and go right back. And you steal a car from the county it's a county vehicle, folks. You're such an idiot, dude. Arrests are public information. Indication of an individual's arrest does not imply that they have been convicted of a crime. Well, this is just stupidity, though. They're all presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Ding, ding, dong. Gotta love it. We got a couple of these, you guys. These are great. You gotta thank
I
my
sent you 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, you got me a couple in here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
My family thought I was going insane. I was in here just cracking up, about to fall out of my chair laughing.
Yep. Hold up. Here we go with another one. These are so fun. Let's see here.
Oh yeah.
All right. This is in Maine, mind you. Early Sunday morning at 5 a.m., deputies got a call about a possible theft from a motor vehicle. While searching the area, Deputy Dwayne Fay located a possible suspect walking and stopped to question him. Investigation determined that man, Michael Deschesney, had nothing to do with the original theft call and was walking home after having an argument with a female friend. Deputy Fay ascertained that Mr. Deschesney had an outstanding warrant for theft and subsequently arrested him on the warrant. Mr. Deschesney claimed that he had enough money for bail. This one's great, guys. So the bail commissioner was contacted immediately. However, when Deschesney met with the bail commissioner, he presented 2 counterfeit $100 bills. Deschesney was denied bail, returned to jail with the additional charge of forgery. Later that day, Mr. Deschesney was able to post a $100 bill using authentic U.S. currency, and he has a court date on August 4th of 2021. So this moron, yes, you should have that look on your face, you idiot, really tried to get out of jail with counterfeit money, knowing that they're not going to know this, and then got more charges on top of it. Idiot, idiot, idiot. God, these people are so dumb. This is why they're criminals, guys. That's why they're criminals. This was what was it? Cochise County Sheriff's Office. Mark Daniels, the sheriff. Oh, yep. Here we go. Robbery suspect. On February 15th of 2024, a victim was assaulted and robbed at the Wilcox Loves truck stop. Mr. Isaiah Walker, 23. Oh, 1 second, folks, please.
Cassie.
All right, sorry about that. Okay, then. Isaiah Walker, 23 of Lawton, Oklahoma, spoke to the victim about his truckload, lulled him into a sense of security, and when the victim was entering his vehicle, Mr. Walker grabbed the victim and threw him from the cab. The suspect then entered the vehicle, locked the door, stole the vehicle, and drove it from the parking lot. The stolen vehicle, a car hauling semi, you're hearing this, please, a car hauling semi, was transporting 10 Chevy C8 Corvettes with an estimated value of $1,250,000 and left the area traveling north on Fort Grant Road. A deputy from the Cochise County Sheriff's Department located the stolen vehicle near Fort Grant Road and Browns Market, where the officer attempted to stop the vehicle, which failed to yield to the deputy's emergency lights and sirens. The stolen vehicle began driving recklessly, which caused vehicles to leave the roadway. As the stolen vehicle approached North Fort Grant Road and County Line Road, the vehicle turned onto County Line Road and stopped. Mr. Walker was taken into custody by the deputy and Wilcox police officer who provided Mr. Walker with his Miranda rights and interviewed him on the scene. Mr. Walker admitted to stealing the vehicle and advised that the Corvettes were not the reason that he needed the truck to get home. As he had just been released from prison, Mr. Walker was booked into the Cochise County Jail for multiple felony charges, including robbery, 11 counts of theft, and means of transportation and felony theft. Chief Hadfield stated, I'm extremely proud of the officer and deputy involved in this investigation. The deputy and officer showed great restraint and patience in bringing a serious crime to a peaceful resolution. All while keeping the property of others from being damaged. The stolen vehicle was safely recovered without damage and was released to the driver so he could continue his delivery. Again, I thank the officer and deputy who were involved in this investigation for keeping our citizens safe again. Thank the officer and deputy. Safe. Sorry about that. So anyway, so you're really going to steal a giant car hauler truck with Corvettes all over it that nobody's going to see just so you could get home? Good God, how stupid these people are. So stupid. Good to see you, Cap. Is that what you call it? Yes. I would venture to say yes. Nope, it wasn't about money this time. He wanted my cologne this time. Because he's going somewhere here shortly. I'm like, go use all of your own, please. I'm going to try to find more of these guys for the future shows because these are just too much for me. I love them. All right, let's see here. What else do we have? Real quick. About to be done for the day with this one. One second. Oh, yeah. Hold on.
And Joey Miller robbed a home in Iowa using masks drawn onto their faces with In 2009, Matthew McNally and Joey Miller robbed a home in Iowa using masks drawn onto their faces with permanent black marker. Whilst on the run, the two discovered that permanent black marker doesn't rub off easily, leading to their and embarrassingly stupid mugshots. However, these two still look like geniuses in comparison to some of the other idiots we'll be talking about as we discuss the stupidest criminals of all time. Take for example MacArthur Wheeler, who robbed 2 banks in broad daylight as he thought that pouring lemon juice on his face would make him invisible to cameras. When shown the bank surveillance footage, Wheeler refused to believe that he was visible, stating to officers, "But I wore the juice."
Listen, listen, everybody. Stay away from the lemon juice. It doesn't work. I'm just letting you know ahead of time.
Is that like the invisible ink theory?
Yeah.
With the, okay.
Yes.
I just
Yes.
wanted to make sure I was.
Don't try it. It don't work. All you're going to do is burn the shit out of your skin and your eyes. So stupid.
Believing that as long as he didn't come near a heat source, he should have been completely invisible. Police concluded the Wheeler was not crazy or on drugs, just incredibly mistaken.
What he actually means to say is just incredibly stupid. There it is.
With the lemon juice mistake eventually costing Wheeler a 24.5-year prison sentence. However, if we're on the topic of terrible disguises, then we can't go past Dennis Hawkins, whose disguise as an old lady wasn't much better. His sweater accompanied fake boobs, a full beard, and fittingly clown pants, with this insanely recognizable outfit helping.
Why wouldn't you at least shave? If you'd have shaved, I could have seen it, but he just left it.
It wouldn't matter. I mean, who's going to forget that outfit?
Well, I mean, that's true too, but shave your face, bro.
Be like, oh yeah, I saw that person. I know exactly who you're asking about.
100%. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah.
Police to catch Hawkins only an hour after the robbery. The police chief for the area stated, "He would get my nomination for dumbest criminal, I think. You still have his black facial hair with a blondish wig. Definitely different." Different is also a good way to describe Patrick McGuire's disguise, who robbed an Illinois convenience store while covering his face with a clear plastic bag. He was only able to obtain $60 from the robbery. However, due to his extensive criminal history, he was sentenced to 15 years in prison for the stunt, meaning that he had to spend 1 year in prison for every $4 stolen from the store. Talk about a bad return. Equally bad was Paul Sinclair's, who attempted to rob a bank in Florida by using his fingers curled up into a gun shape. The quote-unquote weapon was so non-threatening that the bank teller gave him only $120.
You're muted.
These people are. I don't understand.
Right, Cass? I would have laughed too.
After which he'd flee on.
I wouldn't even give him
Exactly.
$150.
Exactly. Maybe he gave money because he felt bad for him. Truly, it's like, are you
Maybe.
serious? Here, bro, just take it.
Yeah.
You're gonna need this. You're so dumb. I know. I agree, Outcast. Finger guns are dangerous. They should be banned. You should at least have to register it. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, and then did double finger guns. Oh,
Double barrel.
double barrel. It's up. Here we go. $5 for not timing out my rent. Why would I ever do that? Wisdom, you don't have to do that. Quit. Thank you so much. God bless. We love you. But you're allowed to rant as much as anybody else is. Do your thing. This is just killing me, though.
On foot before being caught by police only 10 minutes later. Then there was James Blankenship, who thought that robbery was legal as long as you did it at a certain time of day. Back in 2013.
What? You're muted. So we don't know. We saw
I'm
you
always
looking.
muted. I said, guys, we got 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And it'll. All right, we can go rob these banks. Let's go. I don't understand this. He's got to be in Ohio, and I agree with that, Jim.
13, Blankenship broke into his own mother's home, after which the police were called, who would take to their Facebook page later that day to explain what had happened. He fled the scene upon seeing his mother. The male was located under the house hiding in a crawl space.
He is from Ohio, Eastlake, right there. Good God. See? You were right, Kim. Eastlake. I'll be damned.
When advised of his charges, he made the statement, "I thought you could only be charged with burglary if you break in during the night time." Blankenship was given 180 days in jail and ordered to pay a $100 fine, yet this wasn't the only time when a person was dumb enough to think that a law didn't apply to them. Because when Reuben Pavin was caught stealing from a charity thrift shop in New Hampshire, he'd state that he thought everything was free because of the name of the business, Finders Keepers. The sign did say Finders Keepers, so I took that DVD.
Oh, stay in school, kids, please. Unmute yourself.
These people breathe the same oxygen we do. And they walk down the roads with us. They eat in the restaurants we eat in. They go in grocery stores. Please be careful. Don't have a conversation with any of these people, please. You'll know it right away, okay? But just if you start to get into one, get away from it quick. You don't need to lose any of your intelligence. This is so bad.
DVD player, took it home, Pavin told the local TV station. A couple of weeks later, the stuff is still there on the porch, so I'm thinking to myself, finders keepers. They probably just put stuff out there for people to take. The business responded via Facebook stating, "This man who was caught on video is saying it is all a misunderstanding. He thought everything at our store was free. Is that really the best defense he could come up with?" After which Pavin reportedly turned in the stolen goods to police, holding that he's not a bad person or a bad dad, and is rather just unbelievably stupid. But
at least this dude admitted to it.
Yeah.
I'm not a bad person. I'm just dumb as hell. Sorry.
Yeah. True.
That's when you gotta go. That's when you try to go. You want to slap the shit out of his mother because it's like, what did you do to this one? You know?
Yeah.
was he as dumb as Derek Mosley, who in 2013 attempted to rob a store named Discount Gun Sales by using a baseball bat. When Mosley allegedly barged into Discount Gun Sales and smashed the display counter with his baseball bat, the store manager simply pulled out his own personal firearm and pointed it straight at the would-be robber, holding Mosley in the store until he was arrested and charged with first-degree robbery. A similar story then came out of Texas in July 2022 when a gun store was robbed at knife point, although this tale instead ended in a body bag as the robber was fatally shot by the store owner as he tried to exit.
You take a baseball bat and a knife into a gun store to rob them.
With his loot. But what happens when you accidentally call 911 whilst committing a crime? Pocket dialing the police is probably a fairly common occurrence. However, for Carson Reinhardt and Nathan Tekla-Merriam, it happened at the most unfortunate moment, specifically while they were breaking into a car. The alert dispatcher soon realized that the call was an accidental one, and moreover that the guys on the other end might be up to no good. For the next 35 minutes, the dispatcher stayed on the line, listening and gathering information, as Tekla-Merriam and Reinhardt did the following: discovered a car that they thought they could burglarize, discussed how to break into the car, allegedly broke into the car, exclaimed in delight over finding narcotics in the car, became confused as to how and why a police car was following them, and reacted in disbelief when the arresting officer revealed that they'd been on the line to 911 the entire time. Scott Simon found himself in a similar situation, although under much more severe circumstances.
Whoa. That dude looks like the real life Predator.
He's a big boy.
Yes, he is.
Whilst on trial for murder in 2015, Scott was successfully sentenced to life in prison, as 2 years prior he'd pocket dialed the police while admitting to a friend that he was the one who committed the crime. He had no idea he called 911, a sheriff's office spokeswoman told the Miami Herald. He basically told on himself, as did Albert Bailey, although in a much stupider way. Bailey had planned on robbing a bank in Fairfield, Connecticut, although rather than exercising the element of surprise, he'd call the bank prior to the robbery stating, "I want $100,000 $100 in large bills and no die packs. I'll be sending someone into the bank to get the money. Don't call the police, we are monitoring the police scanner. Prior to making this phone call, Bailey had already served 7 years in prison for a previous bank robbery. However, this new plan was equally ineffective, as after arriving at the bank to collect his cash, Bailey was locked inside, arrested, and sentenced to another 9 years in prison. Although, if he wanted to avoid this time behind bars, he could have had a chat with Tito and Amanda Watts, who got arrested in Florida for selling tickets to enter heaven at a price of $100. Tito Watts said in his
Oh my god. Did somebody actually buy it?
Okay, this is dumb. This is so dumb. But I want to know if anybody bought any. If somebody bought
Right?
them, those are the people we should be talking about right now. Okay?
Yeah.
Oh, for God's sakes. Are you serious?
police statement, I don't care what the police say, the tickets are solid gold, and it was Jesus who gave them to me behind the KFC and said to sell them so I could get me some money to go to outer space.
Well, listen, guys, if y'all are looking for Jesus, he hangs out behind KFC. There you go. There you go. That's all there is to say. Damn. Right. I get right. 100% Outcast. 100%, bro.
You should arrest Jesus because he's the one who gave me the golden tickets and said to sell them. I'm willing to wear a wire and set Jesus up. The couple had apparently earned over...
So he's going to set up Jesus, wear a wire, and at least he's trying to help, you know? Shit.
Mm-hmm.
$10,000 from the stunt, meaning that they were able to...
They sold $10,000 worth of these. Oh my God. There's a lot
Is
of
that
bad
like
people.
drawings on his face, or is that like facial?
I don't know. The dude freaks me out. He looks like some kind of a weird ass animal or something with them doors open on the side of his head. And what is he doing there? He scares me. He looks like a mouse. It's a mouse. I know. I was gonna say the same thing, Outcast. We're in the wrong business. 10 grand. They made 10,000 on this, folks. How? Who would buy this? Please.
Oh, that's war paint. That could
It's war
be.
paint.
Didn't they say his name was Potato? Did I
Tito.
hear that?
His name is
Huh?
Tito.
Tito. It was
Yeah,
like
he looks like
potato.
he looks like a Tito to me, right? Jesus is more. Yeah, Summer said she thinks Jesus is more like a Chick-fil-A man, not KFC. I can agree with that. Oh, and this one just looks like there's nothing there. Look at her.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing there. Nothing. Oof, nothing. I want to know the people that bought these. I want them to show their faces.
Find people even dumber than them, one of which might have been Ruben Zarate. While attempting to rob a muffler shop in 2008, Zarate was told that the shop couldn't access the money safe without their manager, who didn't begin his shift until later.
He's printing them as we speak. I'm on it. Let's do it together. Let's see what we can do.
Forget
Shit,
this YouTube gig.
right, 10 grand. That scares me that there's that many people out there that bought these damn things. That's the problem. Oh my God.
That afternoon. Instead of bailing on the robbery, Zarate instead gave them his phone number, asking them to give him a ring the next time the manager was in. They did so later that afternoon, although after returning to the store, Zarate received no money and was instead met by police and charged with aggravated robbery. Then there was the man who gave the people he was robbing something even stupider. The unnamed robber walked into a London bank carrying a gun and a bag, which he'd take to the front desk before demanding £700,000 in cash from the bank worker. But after making his demands, the crook handed over his gun to the cashier instead of the bag. Investigating authorities stated the guess is that he is very inexperienced and panicked when he approached the cashier, handing over his gun instead of a bag by mistake.
Here, hold my gun. I'll fill my own bag.
Yeah, here, hold this for me. I got this. What? Good Lord.
mistake. But it was Trevor Jones who left an even more damning piece of evidence at his crime scene. After breaking into a house in Atlanta, Jones took a moment to check his Facebook on the owner's computer before leaving without logging out. Less than 3 years later, a similar story entered news headlines, reading, "A 26-year-old Minnesota man has been tracked down by police after leaving his Facebook profile logged in at a house he allegedly robbed," although this story has a much funnier ending. The homeowner decided to message the robber via his Facebook, stating, "You left a few things at my house last night, how can I get them back to you?" which was followed by the robber agreeing to come back to the home so he could collect the stuff he forgot. However, the robber didn't get any of his items.
How do these people exist?
That is awesome.
I mean, there's nothing in there, guys. Look how big his head is, and there's nothing there. Nothing. Oh my God. Oh, thank you for calling me. I'll be there. Can I come pick him up in an hour? Jesus.
Back and was instead arrested while still wearing a watch that he'd stolen from the night before. While both of these idiots used social media poorly, at least they didn't brag about the robbery in a YouTube video, as is what happened in the bizarre case of Hannah Sabata. In 2012, at the age of 19, Sabata stole $6,000 from a bank in Nebraska, and while almost anybody else would have simply kept quiet, Hannah instead took to her YouTube channel Jelly Beanie to upload a video titled Chick Bank Robber, in which she'd straight up admit to having just committed a robbery. She'd then discuss her entire methodology for the crime while showing the money and the amount that had been stolen, before concluding the video by describing the vehicle she had used and that it had its license plates removed. This information eventually resulted in Hannah Sabata's arrest.
She looks like a dumbass. Look at her. They found me, guys. Oh my God. I'm telling you, I can't even say it. Nope. There is nothing more. No, Cassie. That's not the excuse. She looks like she's zooted on something right there anyway.
Yeah.
She don't give a shit. She don't care. This is ridiculous.
And sentencing of 10 to 20 years prison, done so in a public courtroom filled to maximum capacity with people who had seen the video. Just 2 years prior to this, 21-year-old Frank Singleton was being released from Palm Beach County Jail, having just served time for a trespassing charge. The only issue was he didn't have a car to leave the jail, so he decided to steal one from the visitors' parking lot, yet the car he decided to steal was a manual, and he could only drive auto. Singleton sat in the car looking like an idiot before being arrested and sentenced to a further 6 years in prison, telling deputies that he tried to take the car because he didn't feel like walking to his home about 6 miles away. And while
He only lives 6 miles away.
He was really going to steal it because he didn't want to walk 6 miles. And then, of all things, dude, did you not look in the car first?
Right.
To see that it was a manual or a stick shift? I can't handle this one. No, he just sat in the car and said, okay, now what do I do, George? Hey, Tombo.
Well, you may be sat here thinking that these criminals can't get any dumber. It's time to introduce 53-year-old Michael Anthony Fuller. While it's common knowledge that the US banknote doesn't go any higher than $100, Fuller had the genius idea to create a counterfeit $1 million note before trying to use it at his local Walmart. He loaded his cart with a vacuum cleaner, a microwave, and various other items totaling $472 before handing the $1 million note to the cashier, expecting $999,528 in change. Needless to say, Walmart wasn't able to facilitate this, and instead store staff called police. Fuller was later charged with attempting to obtain property by false pretense and uttering a forged instrument.
Really? Really? Let's see. Yeah, one more, guys, and that'll do it for the day. These people are so stupid.
Surprise! You opened the right door by clicking today's video. We'll have a lot of fun in today's selection, thanks to these dumb criminals who, let's just say, have zero IQ. If you're ready to see them locked up, smash that subscribe button. Let's begin. She better trim down south, because it's getting a little hairy.
Take your arms out. All of them out. And the rest.
It's like Doraemon's pocket. She has infinite storage space.
Holy shit, what the hell she got on?
The skirt with deep pockets.
She pulled chicken out of her pocket, Bear. Chicken, for God's sakes. What the shit?
Right, Kathy?
They are, really. Hell, you can put a baby in your pocket with those on, damn. Eddie's like, what? Right? That's what I said. As soon as she pulled the chicken, I was like, where'd that come from? Damn.
Imagine how their boss would react when he finds the company truck and forklift missing. You should really think twice before you steal from the national paintball champs. Ma'am, if there was a baby in there, it would probably be deaf by now.
What you got? How much they is?
These are 30, these are 20.
Oh, okay. Turn them around. For real?
It's real. I just don't know.
He's a businessman. He sells fresh off the rack deals. We've all had wicked Friday nights. It always ends up with beer besting our balance. He had 2 wheels at his disposal, yet he couldn't make a quick getaway. Can someone tell him that a chewed piece of gum might work better?
I didn't catch that one.
What the hell were they doing? Something down between the two of them, right there. What is it that she's doing? Is this like mom and daughter doing this together?
Oh, I bet she was reaching into her purse. Because she's got her purse strapped and it's in front of her. You're muted.
Read my damn lips.
No, it's too much work.
Yeah, she was trying to. I get it now. I see it. That makes some sense. Somebody saw her, stopped her. Good.
He finally got it. Bro, what the fuck?
One way or another, he is not losing to his neighbor. He's gonna get the cat.
Are you kidding me? This guy's trying to steal a catalytic converter. That's what he's doing. Using a tow truck and everything. Off this piece of shit car. Until that car comes down on his head. Like, what an idiot.
La parte non va bene. Non devo.
Is bike theft too much science for this engineer? You decide. Shawshank Redemption will teach you to take the time to make a hole big enough. All of that for an open sign? I guess he meant his bum on this one. It's a high-risk, low-reward place to check, but some are willing to take that risk. The glass company can earn plenty of money by making this their advert. You think she'd spare the hangers, but no, she needs those too.
I gotta go home. I gotta go to my girlfriend. I gotta go to my girlfriend. Wait. What are you doing? Wait, hold on. Why are you? No, do my shit. You crazy dude? Why you trying to rob me? That was pretty slick. I'm not gonna lie. Pretty slick. You almost got me. No. You almost got me. You took my wallet. Yeah. You literally took my wallet.
We just received new video. According to Atlanta police, an on-duty officer was patrolling parking lots on Sunday when he spotted a person who appeared to be an off-duty police officer working security in a parking lot. Now, that officer noticed that man's uniform was slightly off, his body camera different, and he appeared to be nervous.
You can't trust too easily these days. His getup was so convincing that officers had to look twice to notice something was off with his uniform and body cam. She's as fast as Usain Bolt, but the door isn't.
Where's he at now?
A burglar got stuck on the roof. Someone removed the ladder that he climbed up with.
I do not actually.
Meet the 2024 version of the Michelin Man. The best place to hide for a thief can be the crime scene itself. Unless, of course, a CCTV is watching. How dumb do you gotta be to steal on a live stream?
Can I get number 4?
It's safe to say the internet did its job. He was not only reported, he was also banned from the platform. They're going to be on Santa's naughty list for sure.
You have anything in your bag? God, thank God for it. Don't put crap in your purse.
Who has time to stop? We don't even stop to ask any questions.
I don't care. This is all I put stuff in your purse. If you're gonna buy it.
I want to learn from shit in your car.
You have baskets. Bye. Get out.
Let's keep it casual. With a sleight of hand, slide on down and press that thumbs up if you're enjoying the video so far.
I've asked you to leave 3 times now. I've told you no trespassing. Are you going to leave or not? You heard me say that. So this is the second time on camera I've asked you to leave.
Now this is how you close a deal. Be the reason why you're selling the door cam.
Okay, are you leaving?
Oh, where we go?
That's what I said.
Oh, I didn't know. I got confused.
Fuck off.
Vaping is a life risk, whatever the context. When he fails, he goes into a complete mental breakdown. Remember the days of the creepy clown influx?
There you go, Cassie.
Well, the cops had some fun back then. You and I are fortunate. Inflation hit some folks way harder.
Apparently the store is very known for getting robbed, and they finally put the guy that's been doing it all this time. It was only then that I realized there was 2 robbers.
I just wanted eggs, bro.
Everyone got scared of the store, and our friend earlier, who pretended to be dead, wasn't so dead after all.
What were you doing when you were 13? Maybe something stupid? I'm sure it wasn't this stupid, that's for sure. When DoorDash becomes the literal meaning of it, dashing away with your food.
You see what she did? She sat it down, took a picture, picked it back up, and walked away with it. Like
Yeah,
she had
'cause they-
delivered it.
Yeah.
What a skanky. Wow. He said UPC. He delivered for UPC. Love it. Love it.
Remember, if you leave, regardless of if you're quote-unquote just getting your card from the car, that's theft.
What are you? Federal marshal. Okay. All right. If you're a federal marshal, you understand what you're doing. I absolutely.
The worst case of roleplay gone wrong, impersonating a public officer. A new scam is caught on where one friend takes the groceries and another pays with a declining card. It's not that effective, thankfully.
So here's your option. Pour it out. All right, you have $350 ticket.
Amidst all this stupidity, we can learn, comply, and have no problems.
Get it on, you're going to have a problem. Okay. Take your stuff. Check off. We don't want you out here.
You see, the convenient cop has earned their name for a reason.
Oh. Okay. You have ID? No.
Cops responded to reports of a man stealing a catalytic converter. Turns out his own converter was stolen. So, as they say, if you can't beat them, join them.
Hey. No, don't. Hey, leave that. Put it down.
Ask her and she'll say it's a way of catching up with the latest clothing trends.
You can fill back now. Yeah. You probably should, shouldn't you? All of it. Yeah?
Man stealing beer. See, he pretend to not have money and he walk out with my beer. So what I do is I grab my baseball bat and I go and I say, I'm going to get my beer back. You bastard. I hold him and I say, you bastard, you give me back my beer. And I make him come back inside to pay for the beer that he stole.
Pretending to be the new gardener could be the perfect alibi to skulk around the neighborhood. Except it doesn't work that well late at night. When your game character didn't use any points to upgrade their sneak skill. No shoes in the snow? Yeah, she's more than just an evidence-hiding litter bug. She's crazy.
He got caught still.
Here's a hot topic. Will you risk yourself for a store that can replace you in a snap? In a way, he's similar to the Ghost Rider. It's like he saw a ghost when the owner confronts him. The boogeyman is the least of your worries. The Brighton Crawler is a more terrifying creature. It seems his weekend is gonna be a wild one. This bookstore thief was filmed in action. Yet books don't teach the common sense of putting your coffee and backpack down first.
Dude, you're gonna get fucked, okay, man? You don't know those people? I'm fucking scared of those people.
He did them a favor by saving their lives.
Recently, man. So I'd put this stuff back and I'd get the fuck out of here, okay? All right? Like, for real, okay?
You're bad. Yeah, what else do I have?
Believe it or not, in this store, people sacrifice their morals for gel pens.
Where you going? Huh? Where you going? Where's your receipt? Where? Where's your receipt? Leave my card alone. Where's your receipt? Leave my shirt alone.
A rude Canadian shoplifting and lying about his receipt? Now that's a first.
Where's your receipt?
Private property law again. Okay. But also we need to talk to you about DK Market.
He was caught trespassing not an hour ago and did it again. Sadly, it seems he doesn't have anywhere to go. Stealing during the lockdowns? No social distancing for you. Bro dared to steal in front of a guard, 2 employees, and the manager, yet he still denies it. That bombastic side-eye yells that she's up to no good. Ladies and gents, before we end, always be mindful of your belongings. You never know when guys like this will come around, and it's better to be safe than sorry. Who among the dumbest criminals that we showed today?
All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. Hope you got a little enjoyment out of that stuff there at the end. Thank you guys for tuning in. Anything, Mama Bear, you want to add before we get out of here?
Nope.
Nope. All right, well, I'm going to try to be in here here in a little bit later. Not too late if it happens. I know my wife's got lots of plans for me because Easter's around the corner, so I've been a little bit busy in the evenings, but I'm really trying to because I got some stuff I want to talk about in Idaho as well with some documents and stuff like that. So look for me to be here. And if not, by some chance, I will see you all in the morning. Once again, we do appreciate you all so much for joining us. Thank you, Ms. Wisdom, Mama Bear. Thank you guys for those of you that hopped over and hit the like button, subscribe to Mama Bear's channel as well. I appreciate that very much.
Yes, thank you very much, guys.
Other than that, guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. And we will see you, yes, of course, for a few minutes, Tomboy, very soon, y'all. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. I'll see you later. Have a great weekend.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment shine. Together we share, our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we